It's virtual, so it can be quite intense. We'll try to make it as flexible and as fluent as possible. Normally, I don't have an organization to show you stuff. There's not much time to show stuff either. But I of course have secured an org so that if necessary, I can quickly at least find out locations and stuff that you might want to run through before actually doing the certification. So let's have a look at the first slides, which are very familiar slides for many of us. The copyright slides, I am not going to. I'm not going to be into it. I'm not going to read copyright. We all know what it is. So I can't distribute these slides unless you get around and yourself somewhere. Forward-looking statements. A very important legal statement, of course, is that whatever I might say, whatever feature that I might mention, whatever upcoming feature that I might have to mention, if you are a customer of Salesforce, that your purchase decision is already being made and cannot be influenced by anything that I would say today. So that's important to mention. Let's continue. So that was the forward-looking statements, some formalities. Another formality, I hope at least, is that I can also say welcome Trailblazers. I expect or I assume that everybody of you knows Trailhead. It's also for me, one of the tools, one of the locations that I use a lot, not just to prepare for, maybe even not really to prepare for certifications, but I use Trailhead especially a lot to practice my practical knowledge. If I'm at a customer location and I have to do some tasks that I don't do every day, these trails can be very useful. Repeating tasks, double-checking tasks, checking tasks that I haven't done before or that took a while since I last did them. So very important, of course, that we have that trailhead at our disposal. Another thing for the certification, specifically for the certification, you have these groups. As you can see, you can enter in the search. I will always, of course, refer to the slides as well. And on the slide it says, in search, you can enter your Sales Cloud best practices to find the groups or the group that relates to Sales Cloud, so best practices, or the community where you can engage and connect with other people and share information with other people that are planning to certify. One of the things, again, for the certification, more specific for the certification, when I did this certification a couple of years ago, for me, the main focus was essentials. Have a good understanding of what is covered in the essentials training. You can check if you don't remember the content. You can easily check that content. So platform content combined with specific sales cloud content, which you can find back on the trailhead as well. You have a study guide over there that directs you towards the topics which are important. Combining these topics with, there's that one side, Focus on Force, which I must say was for me, for all the certifications, apart from some certifications which cannot be studied or cannot be practiced on that site, such as marketing and e-commerce or Commerce Cloud. But all the others, most of the other certifications, you will find test exams on Focus on Force. And I must say they are very, very, very good. To me, individually, it's one of the best sites to prepare you on. I'm going to make sure, I'm sure that most of you know this site, or at least some of you, but I'm going to put the URL in the chat anyway. So it's Focus on Force, very useful source to support you during your certification. For every certification type, you will have several test exams The nice thing about these exams is that you can check your answer after each and every question, and it will redirect you to references, to the help. It will show you diagrams, explanations why answers are correct or not correct. And I basically use it to study my exams and study the different content. Okay, so definitely good source. One disadvantage, you'll have to pay. Yeah. Of course, you can share accounts. If you are multiple people in an organization, you can share an account, but you have to pay for each certification exam. Last time I checked, it was $19 for one exam. Yeah. So, for instance, for this one, you will pay a fee of $19 once, and then you can access the test exams during a period of 1 year. Yeah. So again, it can be shared. Shared among colleagues, for instance, if you have multiple colleagues that want to certify. But to be honest, it saved me lots of hundreds of dollars on certification or retake fees. It's better to pass first time. So do not forget, focus on force, very important source, okay, for preparation. Besides, of course, the fact that we also have training in other material. Before you can start working with focus on force, you have to make sure that you have prepared yourself already. Okay. Welcome, Chris. Exam objectives. What do we need to know about Sales Cloud in order to pass this certification? Well, you can see the topics on this slide. A couple of topics. As you can see, some are marked in blue. These are the ones which are, let's say, maybe not the focus of that certification, yeah, but definitely the important ones and the ones that we will run through during this webinar. Let's quickly run through a couple of them to explain what they mean exactly by these topics. So if you look at industry knowledge, that's a tricky one. Yeah, industry knowledge is where Salesforce or this certification tries to measure your skills to interpret a case, a requirement, yeah, use case from a customer, yeah, or from, yeah, in general, it would be a customer or your internal organization. So industry knowledge, it's not directly related to sales for Sales Cloud, but it's your ability as a consultant, your ability to translate that requirement into the industry. I can see, by the way, in between, some people are asking questions, of course. It's difficult for me to answer questions. You can always post them in the chat. If at the end I have some time left, I can quickly run through, but it's difficult to spend time on questions. I saw an Einstein question coming by. Einstein is separate, so no worries, you don't. We will focus on the content that is necessary to be known. So do not spend too much time on Einstein. So industry knowledge, generic knowledge, let's say soft skills as a consultant. Yeah? So that's something that you have or you don't have. Yeah? So it's a bit based on your experience. Can be trained as well. Again, if you have test exams, that industry knowledge will be built in. Implementation strategies, similar. Of course, everything is a bit based on your consultancy background. Implementation strategies, and make sure that you have an idea of how projects can be run. You can go from the extremes, big bang, to a parallel, to a phased approach. So have an idea on how projects in general are being run, depending on size of the customer. Yeah. Then you can see Sales Cloud solution design. Yeah. So in combination with industry knowledge, the ability to translate a use case into a solution, combining all the different components within the cloud, within the Sales Cloud and the platform. Marketing and leads, a bit of focus on marketing and leads and how they support the sales process. We would lose lots of business if we wouldn't have marketing, making sure that we receive the leads that we can turn into opportunities, hopefully at a later stage. So understand these relationships between marketing and sales. Account and contact management, as you can see, often relating back to, for those of you who followed ADX 201, Essentials, who did the Essentials certification, it builds further on what we have seen over there. Yeah. So account and contact management, opportunity management, very important, important standard objects. If I think of standard objects in Salesforce, I think account, contacts, cases, and opportunities. Of course, cases we don't cover today because that's part of the support of the Service Cloud. Sales productivity. How can we support our salespeople to make sure they are as productive as possible? Analytics relates to reporting. And finally, we have integration and data management. Quick look at the migration tools, the data migration tools, data management tools in general. So these are the exam objectives. Let's continue with the course agenda. As mentioned, you can see the ones in blue are the ones that we are focusing on. As you can see, Sales Cloud solution design is a very important one. One more remark about that one. Solution design, if you translate it in questions, it's the fact that you get, again, combined with industry knowledge implementation strategy, you have these use cases, as opposed to the first certification where you have more straightforward questions, and a lot of the questions in the Sales Cloud certification are questions that are in the format of a use case. 6 modules to cover today: account and contact management, campaign and lead management, opportunity management, so relating to the standard objects, so relating to objects, account, contact, campaign, leads, and opportunities. Then we'll have a quick look at forecasting. First part, account and contact management, campaign, especially account and contact management, very important. We'll spend quite some time. I will use that first part as well to make sure that some of the basics, certainly in relation to security, for instance, are well understood. It's extremely important that you have a good understanding of the basics. And I will repeat later on what these basics, in my opinion, are. Campaign and lead management, opportunity management, 3 important modules. Forecasting, sales productivity, integration, and data management are the last 3, which small modules. Just quick look at forecasting, have an idea of terminology, what we can do with forecasting, forecasting types, sales productivity, and then finally integration and data management. So first lesson, let's start with account and contact management. As I mentioned already, this is quite a big part, in my opinion, of the certification. Of course, account and contacts, standard objects, must be very well understood. So, what do we need to know? Yeah. So, accounting and contact management. First of all, whenever, and I often will refer to customers because I'm looking at customers as a consultant. Of course, before I can start designing a solution, implement a Sales Cloud solution for a customer, I need to understand that customer's structure. What kind of accounts is that customer working with? Mainly customer B2C accounts, so customer accounts? Are they working with partner accounts? This will translate, for instance, in the data that I will have to store in the account, and contact object, of course. Another thing, person accounts. When it's a B2C organization, I will probably be confronted with the fact that they are also using person accounts. So I have to understand the relationship between the organization and the customer, and their different types of customers, in order to be able to provide them with a well-defined account and contact management object. Yeah. So if we look at accounting contact management, given a scenario, explain how the ownership of accounts and contact records drives visibility of related sales information, such as opportunities and activities. So it's necessary to well understand the relationships and how ownership of an account will impact visibility into related objects. Yeah. And think of 360-degree views of the account. Explain the various methods of establishing the relationships between accounts and contacts. Yeah. Given a scenario, explain the impact of having an account hierarchy. As you know, probably or maybe we can set up account hierarchies, work with parent accounts. Yeah. Sales cloud solution design. Describe appropriate use cases for account and opportunity teams. So we'll have a quick look at account teams. We're not going to discuss opportunity teams. They are very similar. I will refer to them, but very similar to account teams. Okay. Another tool to make sure that within the organization we can share account information with the appropriate people. Good. I must say, if you look at the account team, it's one of the manual sharing possibilities that I kind of like a lot. I was never much in favor of manual sharing. As you know, we are working with Lightning. I used to work in Classic in the past as well. In Classic, we had the standard possibility to share data with anyone. Yeah. As owner of the data or co-owner of the data. In Lightning, this is no longer possible. It's much more restricted in terms of manual sharing. Account teams, opportunity teams, but also case teams are one way to give users the ability to share their data with colleagues, but it's a much more controlled way of sharing. With the old manual share, one of the problems was that my security definitions could be completely destroyed. I spend a lot of time setting up a security model, but in no time it could be completely destroyed because users can share data with, or could share data with everybody. So that's much restricted with teams. Okay. So account and contact management. So what are we? We have Alison Wheeler here, by the way. She's the VP of sales of the organization that we work with, often in trainings, AW Computer. And she wants to structure our accounts in Salesforce to reflect how we work with customers and partners. So these are two typical types of accounts. If I read such a request, such a request from the business, my first thing that pops into my mind, two different types of accounts that will translate in the fact that I have to capture different information for both account types, which translates in the fact that I will probably need different page layouts. As you know, we can set up different page layouts easily. And to make these page layouts dynamic, I will probably also have to introduce record types. Yeah? So make sure that you understand the important part already, basic part, yeah? Not basic in the sense that it's easy, but it's something that we have to be able to do with our eyes closed. We have to understand different account page or different account page layouts, literally, combined with record types and with the appropriate fields on each of the page layouts. Also remember from record types that record types also give you the possibility to modify the pick lists. Now, if we create a record type, we can define for each and every pick list what the content for a particular record type is. So customer pick lists can have different values than partner pick lists for the same field. So it's highly flexible in Salesforce. So these are important things that I can already deduce from this question from our VP. Another thing that that pops into my mind is also the fact at the moment, but that's less related to accounts. It will come back to opportunities that we often also have to include the business process, sales process. But of course, the sales process relates to opportunities, and we'll come back to that later on. Okay, so accounting contact management. Another thing, and of course this training specifically focuses on things on top of what we have seen in the essentials training, is account hierarchy. Account hierarchy, I will first read what's on the slide. It gives us a global view of a company and its subsidiaries by creating an association through parent account field. As I said, I normally have my port. Whenever I think of it, I will quickly use it. Again, we don't have that much time, but whenever we have time, we can quickly have a look at things that I explained from the account. Remember that whenever you check an account, on the account, we can always refer to the parent account. Parent account allows us, if a company, if an organization, if one of our accounts has lots of subsidiaries, we can bundle them underneath the parent account. Why would we do this? Well, first of all, from a business perspective, these accounts are related. So it's easy to have a view of the hierarchy. Once you have related them, over here you will find as a button, you can check the account hierarchy, the related accounts. So that's from a business perspective. But also in reports, if you build a report, if I check new report over here, you will find that in the accounts report, in the field that you can add over here, if I type parent, I can add the parent account. Yeah? So I can, instead of running multiple reports for all the subsidiaries, I can easily run reports. It's a bit like a bucket field. If you know bucket fields in reporting, it allows me to report easily, filter as well, easily on or at parent account level instead of doing this for individual accounts. It also supports the data SKU a bit in Salesforce. And the data SKU, I'm not sure whether you ran into the data SKU already. There's that rule in Salesforce that performance can be impacted the moment that you have a more than 1 to 10,000 relationship. Yeah. So it means that when you have more than one, for instance, user relating to 10,000 accounts, for instance, or one record relating to 10,000 other records, this might impact performance, and it allows us to create smaller buckets, smaller bundles of data segments to report on, for instance, in order to reduce the impact on our performance. Yeah. There's one thing important at the bottom. Also, these details, of course, are very important for the certification. Access to child accounts is not granted through account hierarchy. What does that mean? If you have access to the parent account, it does not mean that you can access all the child accounts. Access is still given based on individual account access. Okay, so that's an important one to remember. It's nothing more than linking of accounts, but it doesn't give you additional, or doesn't give users additional access. You can see an example on the slide. Arbuckle Laboratories, which is the parent account, and it has regional departments: Austria, France, Germany, bundled underneath Arbuckle. And as you can see, each of these accounts have different owners. Okay, good. So parent accounts, important. Yeah. The next slides I consider very important. It's about record access, and I'm going to use, I'm old-fashioned, I'm a big fan of text documents. It's a very quick way, an easy way to type. Yeah. And if you look at data access and security, I'm quickly going to give you an overview of what you by default need to know in terms of security, literally your background for security. It's like a reference that you can use later on. And I will try to cover all things which are in terms of security by default embedded in Salesforce. And if we look at security in Salesforce, security in this case meaning data access, I have to consider 4 layers of security. And again, as I mentioned before, again important for the Sales Cloud certification that you know this very well. I must say, as a consultant, I'm often disappointed in how little administrators master in detail security, whilst it is not that important. So, whilst it's not that difficult, it's very important, of course. Here you can see the 4 levels. 4 levels of security defining whether someone has access to the organization. Once you have access to the organization, then your next level, your next step, the next question is to which objects someone has access. Then you have data access, record level access, and finally field access. Remember, it's not because you have record access as a user that you also have field access. I often give the example of a credit card number, for instance. If you have customers on an opportunity, accounts receivable will be able to access credit card information. So the credit card information field, credit card number, the expiration date. This information, for instance, is not visible to sales, so that's field level. So organization, application access is, I quickly throw a question about applications. Applications I do not consider part of security. The application access is, an application consists of objects. The application itself is nothing more than a bundle of tabs, a bundle of objects that represent the application. Access to the application, access to the data, to the objects is defined at object level. Okay, so if I don't have access to an application, if I don't see an application in my user interface, that does not mean that I can't access the objects which are part of the application. So application is a tricky one. It's nothing, for me, it's nothing more than a combination of, for Salesforce, it's nothing more than a combination of objects in an app, bundled in an app. At organization level, user level, remember that we have credentials, username and a password. Remember that at profile level, there are 2 ways that we can do embedded. We can set login hour and we can set IP ranges to access the org from specific IP ranges. At object level, remember the credits. So at the user profile level, we have the credits. So they will define whether someone can create, read, edit, or delete data. It does not give access. Often, I can also see that people are confused by record access or between record access and object access. Threads are not giving data access. The only level of data access threads give is access to your own data. If I look at an organization, the data within an organization, there are in general 2 types of data, 2 sets of data. Data for which I am the owner, data for which I am not the owner. For now, threads will only tell me the level of access that I have to my own data. Okay. An important rule for threads is threads always win. If I cannot delete a certain object, if I don't have the delete access, the delete permission on a certain object, on an account for instance, I will never be able to delete any account. Whether I own it or not own it, I will never be able to delete that. So they will always win. It's the main switch. If you have no threats on an object, you will never be able to access any data. Yeah. Also, remember that at the user level, we can tune and tweak access based on permission sets. Also, know that I think it was roughly a year ago, winter of 2019, if I remember correctly. I've been so many years working with Salesforce that it's sometimes difficult to pinpoint the exact time, but it's not that important. We have introduced permission set groups where we can assign, instead of individual permission sets, we can assign permission set groups, combinations of permission sets. One thing that is important at the level of permission set groups to remember is that the normal permission set is always extending the level of access. Yeah? It's always on top of the already existing access of the user. So the access of a user is always profile access plus all the access given to that user based on the different permission sets that are assigned to the user. Yeah? Permission sets can never take away access. They've changed this with the permission set group, and that makes the permission set group quite interesting for me. You have a mute set. You can define a muting permission set in a group, which will remove access. It ensures me that the users given this muting set are not able to do certain tasks, yeah? So exclude certain access. So that's object level. So for objects we have threads. For records we have what we call vested. Yeah? Create, read, edit, delete at the level of the object. It gives you the permission to create, the permission to read, to edit or delete. At the record level, at data level, we have vested. Yeah? Salesforce often compares this with driver license. The threads are the driver license. I'm allowed to drive a car. Does that mean I can drive all of your cars? Of course not. I'm only allowed to drive them. It's ownership. I need the keys of your car. You have to share the keys with me. If I can get your keys, if you give them to me, I will be able to drive your car. So ownership is a very important concept. That's what I said before. All the data in an organization for me can be split in two types: owned by me, not owned by me. Yeah? If it's owned by me, I have special ownership permissions. Special ownership permissions are vested. I can view, I can edit, I can share with others, I can transfer with others, and I can delete my own data. On condition, we have seen that threads always win. I have the threads to do so. If I remove for an object the delete, I will also remove it from the record level. If I can't delete data because I don't have the object permission, I will never be able to delete even my own data. So again, threads always win. Also make sure that for the data level, you have a solid understanding of your OWDs, organization-wide default, public, private. For public, we have read-only, read-write, the default settings, which can be extended with role hierarchies. I'm going to adjust what I've said. I said they can be extended. When I do an audit of an organization, it's one of the first things that I check: do they have role hierarchies? A common mistake is that organizations that use public read-write often tend to think they don't need, or often, it occurs quite often, they don't think they need role hierarchies. You do need role hierarchies, because role hierarchies are one of the ways to become co-owner of data. I always use co-ownership. And what is co-ownership? You can be owner of data. Yeah. When you have created a record, or the record has been given to you, transferred to you by someone else, they made you owner of the data, which gives you these special ownership permissions. Second way to have full access to data, being an owner, you have full access based on your threads at least, or depending on your threads. Second way is to have modify all. Remember, we have in the system permissions or in the object permissions, we can define it either at object level or for all objects, which means as a system permission. That's what we have as admins. We have modify all at system permission level. It makes us co-owner of all the data. Now, what does that mean, co-owner? Well, it means vested. I have the ownership privileges on all the data in the organization. It's a massive, powerful right. Yeah? I can delete everything and I can share and transfer. The third way of becoming co-owner is being in a role above the owner of the data. I will become co-owner of all the data below me, owned by people which are in the roles below me. So vertical access, but not just access, you become co-owner, of course, depending on the creds. Very important. Often I hear, well, why can't anyone, nobody can delete data in my organization or other people's data. Well, do you have roles? If you don't have roles, you would have to be administrator to be able to delete others' data. Okay, so be aware of this. Only roles can give this to you and modify all, which means basically being an administrator unless you have modified all at object or system permission level. Next step is sharing. Yeah. And for sharing, we have seen, or we know that we have sharing rules. And this is where my administrator possibilities stop. My automation of access stops. Also remember, OWDs cannot give you the share transfer deleter. It's STD is always ownership, can only give you maximum edit rights. Same for sharing rules and manual sharing. So sharing rules allow me to automate based on criteria of ownership of data. And then you have manual sharing. And in one of the slides we will see account teams. Remember, there are three types of teams. We have account teams, we have opportunity teams, and we have case teams. Case teams are my most favorite teams because I told you before, sharing of data is dangerous. Yeah? Because we might share too much. Yeah? And remember, roles roll up. If someone shares data with someone below me, a role rolls up. Yeah? By default for standard objects, I can't switch the roll up off. Yeah? So it means I have access to all the things my subordinates have access to. So it can be a dangerous scenario if someone shares payroll information with someone below me, I can access that payroll information as well. Yeah? So always be aware of the impact of sharing. More people than you expect might have access to the data, first of all. Second, sometimes sharing is good. And one special case is a case. If I want a case to be solved, I want as many eyes on the case as possible. So for sharing of cases, definitely. But of course, for collaboration on accounts and opportunities, the account and opportunity teams are very useful as well. I don't know if everyone worked with Classic or knows about, probably know about Classic. But if I switch to Salesforce Classic over here, and I would navigate to whatever, let's go back to an account, ABC Labs, for instance. Here I have my sharing button. That's my manual share, which fortunately they took away. Why? Be aware that sharing can still be installed. There's a lightning component that can reintroduce the manual share, but in a much more selective way than before. We still have to assign it individually to page layouts as an action in order to be active. Field easy, it's hidden or read only or read write. If you have this is something that you have to know very well, of course, for the Sales Cloud certification. It's basic information, so make sure that you understand security well. That's all there is to say about embedded security. This is what it is. But also remember, and we don't really have a look at it, but have a quick look at territory hierarchies or hierarchy, territory management. Yeah. Which adds a layer on top if you have complex organizations with a very complex sharing model at the level of the account objects and the related object. You can additionally add territory management. About 5% of my customers, I think, use territory management because they have a very complex sharing model. Okay, good. So security, and that's what we can see on this slide as well. So as you can see, the OWEs as a default, vertical access given by a role hierarchy, a very flexible access can be given by sharing rules. And finally, we have team sharing, different type of teams. For our training, important that you understand account teams and opportunity teams. We also have the manual share button, by default still available in Classic. We can remove it from page layouts in Classic. That's what I did in the past, remove that button from all the page layouts and reintroduce it for people that really needed it. Because I didn't like it, as I told you before. It can destroy my security setup because people start sharing with everyone, and I invested a lot of time in a solid security definition. For Lightning, there's that. If you look in the APEC change and you look for sharing, manual sharing, you will find a component, a Lightning component that you can install in your organization, and that will reintroduce the manual share. Okay, you install it, and then you can assign the manual share to those users that need it. As you can see on the right side, thread object settings, record ownership, very important. Base level of access is given by the profile. What I'm missing on this slide, by the way, is the permission set. They don't mention the permission set. Of course, permission sets are important as well because they give me the flexibility to extend a user's access without touching the profile. When I touch the profile, I will modify the access for all the users that use the profile. Permission sets can be assigned at individual users. Okay. Good. 1 second. By the way, I can run the time right now. It's 20 past. I know the time is different for you, but every hour, roughly, at least every hour, I will have a quick break. Account teams allow users to grant team members access to a specific account and its related contact opportunities and cases. Important. Yeah. I often, in a business scenario or in a use case, how do we have to look at account teams? For me, when I think of an account team, I can see a sales rep sitting on a table. Left of him is dedicated support engineer. On the right, he has his dedicated pre-sales engineer. People with whom he always works together. He or she always works together. And that require frequent access to the sales rep accounts. Okay, so what can the sales rep do? Well, first of all, what can administrator do? Remember, I will quickly show. If I go to the setup or navigate to the setup, underneath sales features, so feature settings, sales, I should find account teams. Find it, yeah. First thing you can see, it's enabled over here. First of all, it needs to be enabled. And that's something that I like as an administrator. I need to enable it in order to allow it. It's manual sharing, as I already mentioned. You can take screenshots. I can see a question about screenshots. Definitely do so. When I draw something or show you something, of course you can take screenshots. So for account teams, I'm a big fan because if I don't like it, I can switch it off again. It's something that needs to be enabled. You can see disabled, by the way. Team roles are nothing more than a pick list. That it's a label that can be assigned when someone is added to an account. Why this person is added to the account, because it's a support engineer or whatever. I can add additional team roles, pre-sales engineer and so on. sales operations, etc. So I can enable it. A user in his settings, in his advanced settings, will be able, if you scroll down here, yeah, I'm correct, user can set up account teams over here. If I click add over here, you can see if I would build an account team, I can give access to account, contact, opportunity in case for a team member. Be aware for the certification, and these are the details which are important. It always respects the creds, of course. If I give access to someone who doesn't have creds on the account object, it will never be able to access, even though I give access. Creds always win, as we have seen. If you don't have a driver license, you will never drive a car. Well, with a car you might still try, but it's not a good idea. With Salesforce you will not access. Second, the access that I can give over here is the maximum access that a user can give to a team member is the account OWD. So it respects the organization-wide defaults. Yeah? So I cannot give more access than what's in the account OWD. Okay. Good. So account teams allow me to share, to define a default team, and I can share data with my colleagues. Filtering. So as you can see, we have a look at specific topics, account teams. Filtering reports by teams, another thing which is often not known, or we know them, but we don't know what they mean. If I create or look at a report, well, let me quickly show. As I said before, I can't show everything, but if it's easy and quick, I can quickly have a look at it. When I run a report, and when I filter, there's no data in this report. When I filter a report, I have to select another one. Sorry, let me check a good one to show you. Open opportunities should do it. If I filter on a report, click show me all opportunities, you have these filter options. Filtered by role, narrow by person. So I have a couple of filter options. What do these filter options mean? Well, first of all, you have that role hierarchy link. Returns the records that users in the role can see based on the sharing model. So it means show me for that particular role what a user who is part of that role can see when he runs that report and selects that role hierarchy link. Then you have that owner role filter. Yeah? When you have selected a filter by role, you can also select a user which is part by that role. A part of that role, as you can see, returns the records owned by users within that role. So I can select a particular user and I can see the records owned by that user. Okay. And then finally, you have that default My Team Show filter, which means show me all the records that I can see based on my role. So that's the user accessing, that's the user, in this case, running the report. So my team's opportunities. My team is defined as me and everybody below me in the role hierarchy. And so make sure that you understand the filters. Good. Let's continue. Controlled by parent implication. What's to tell about controlled by parent? Well, if you look at the OWDs, so organization-wide defaults, remember, in the setup, if I scroll down underneath security, underneath sharing settings, this is where I would find the OWDs. If I edit the OWDs, I can change these, of course. And if I look at contact, for instance, I can set controls by parent. It basically means access to my contact or the contacts in the organization is basically defined by the access to the account. Yeah? It's often used in organizations where we allow people that have access to a certain account to access also all the contacts that relate to the account. So by default, you could say they have access to the related contacts. Okay, so that's the controlled by parent setting. It's a setting which is, if you know the relationships, the different types of relationships in Salesforce, if you have built custom objects, you can choose relationships, you can build relationships between these objects. For instance, a lookup relationship or a master detail relationship. Controlled by parent is always the level of access that you have when you have a master detail relationship on custom objects. So whenever you define a tight relationship, very tight relationship, which is the master detail relationship, the detail will always be set automatically, cannot be changed, and controlled by parent. Access to the child is defined by access to the parent object. In case of certain standard objects such as the contact, some of these objects also allow that control by parent settings to be a choice instead of private, public, read-only. In this case, we can also switch to controlled by parent. But remember, in a master detail relationship, it is the default. Okay. You can see also the activity object can be set to controlled by parent. All access to records is determined by the user's access to the parent record. That's the technical explanation. The soft explanation is, well, I have an organization where people can always access all the contacts that relate to an account. So how can we do this? Well, if you switch the OWD to control by parent, it means they can access the account, they can access all the contacts that relate to the account as well. Okay. There's quite a bit of impact. So normally, if I look at this level of at a master detail relationship, from a custom object perspective, it is always by default and unchangeable controlled by parent, and this has implications. In that case, it's an impact on access. It means I cannot change the OWD for the child, first of all. The second impact is ownership. Ownership of the child is defined by the parent. Child record has the same owner as the parent. Okay, which means sharing, and that's what I say at the bottom. Sharing rules have no impact when an object is set to control by parent. Basically, the sharing rules are also defined at parent level. So whatever sharing I define at account level, well, the moment I share the account, it's automatically I will share the contacts that relate to the account as well. So there's quite some impact. I might want that impact in this case. For custom objects, I have to be aware that impact is existing. Okay, good. Let me have a quick look. Okay, I can see that we are running towards our first break. I think it will be, it's 5:30 over here, which means it's 10 o'clock roughly over there. Yeah. So let's quickly have a look at this slide, and afterwards we go for a quick break. Gives me time to do a pit stop and grab some coffee. Remember, it's 5:30 over here, very early. Good. And I already did a webinar yesterday, so I'm into the webinars this week. So account and contact relationships use related lists on account and objects to display related objects. We all know related, of course. I don't think there's anything additional to say about the related lists, apart from the fact that it's, of course, it's not the only thing that we can customize. I already mentioned record types. For me, again, my memory is quite visual. If I see record type, I automatically see page layout and pick lists as well. I can also see business processes. These are the things that I can attach to a record type. Yeah? And remember, a record type is based on the type of record. The type of record could be parent account or, could be customer account or partner account. It could be a B2C opportunity or a B2B opportunity. It could be a hardware support case or a software support case. So it's all about the same object, but different data is displayed. It's an interesting thing when you look at building an app. One of the first questions, one of the tricky things in the beginning when you start defining apps, building objects and object relationships, I always say there is a relationship. How do you say in English? Reverse proportional. Yeah. So you always have the choice between either one object that contains all the data but uses many different record types to represent the data or different fields on each record type, on each page layout, or you can build individual objects with one page layout. You understand what I mean? So you either split data sets using multiple objects, or you have one object that shows you using different page layouts, in other words, using different record types, shows the end user different content. So there's that strange relationship between record types and objects. Think of the account. I could have an object that stores all the fields for parent accounts, and I could have another object that stores all the fields for customer accounts. It would be a stupid choice. In this case, the relationship is tight enough to define one object with two different record types. So again, we can customize page layouts to show the information that's most important to you. Also remember related lists. On the page layout editor, we can define related lists that are accessible. Content of these related lists can be changed as well. Apart from, let me quickly to make sure, I know that many of you will probably know it, but there are also many people that don't know it. So let's quickly, all that don't work with it on a daily basis. We have the page layouts over here. You can see customer partner account layout. If I open an account layout, you can see the page layout editor with all the things that I can edit over here. For instance, adding adding or modifying related lists, modifying the contents of a related list, define the visible fields, for instance. Good. Other things that I can modify at the level of the interface, compact layouts. Compact layouts used on mobile, for instance, to show the most important key fields on top. We'll have a quick look at it later on a slide. Also think of search layouts, which fields are displayed when a user does a search on data, which fields are we going to display. So there are many ways to make sure that we represent the correct data or the most appropriate data based on a search, for instance. Good. Let's quickly go for a break. It's 35 over here, 10 over there. Shall we say 5 minutes? Just to reset our mind quick, and don't completely reset it. Don't flush your cache yet. Consolidate it to your database, but let's say a quick coffee break. Okay, so we'll be back in 5 minutes. Enjoy your coffee or tea or water. Thank you, Nikon. Messieurs, dames, which means ladies and gentlemen in French. You know, I'm from Belgium. I'm back already. I know that I've got 1 minute left, so I can babble a bit about Belgium and India. I've been to India a lot. I know you have many languages over there. Best food in the world, by the way. I never eat Indian food outside of India anymore because nothing compares to the real thing. No. But in Belgium, we also have good food, and we speak 3 languages. We have 3 official languages: Dutch, which is my native language, French, and German. So at least we don't have hundreds or thousands of languages, but at least we have 3 different languages, and at least my cat was annoying me. I've been to mainly, of course, Bangalore, IT capital. I've been quite often to work for HP, IBM over there. Good. Time flies. So I say let's continue. I touched, and again, that's part of this seminar as well, or this webinar as well, and make sure that you have that. For sharing the decks, I see questions. Oh, big art, yeah, okay. I see questions passing by in the chat. Sharing the deck, you'll have to double check with Salesforce. I'm not sure whether I can't share, so I don't think it's shared in this case. So let's continue, because again, time flies, and I like using my notebook or block notes. There's one thing that I remembered, and again, I was telling you, it's very important that you have that basic background knowledge. And one of the things which is not really covered in the essentials, but which is important as a consultant, let's call it for the notes, take pictures. Okay, I can't share anything, so just take a picture once my note is on. One thing that is important as well to understand is the relationship that we can build. One of the things that I quite like about Salesforce is that what we can do in the end is quite well defined. Is the fact that we only have, if we build custom objects, there is only a limited set of relationships. Not all we need, but limited. There's a defined, well-defined choice of possible relationships, and I quickly want to give them to you. Yeah. So we have master detail, as I already mentioned, which is a tight relationship. Yeah. And to quickly explain what I mean by tight, easy to identify when you build an app as a consultant, which is something that we often have to do for customers. When we build objects, and we have to decide what type of relationship we have to build between the objects. For tight, it's quite an easy question that we have to ask ourselves. And the question is, can the child object exist without the parent object? Yeah. So is there a use for that child object without the parent object? In my org, for instance, I have a recruiting app. It's the org which is also used for the ADX 201. And in that recruiting app, for instance, we have job applications and we have applicants. Yeah? Well, there you could easily ask that question. Do I have a job application without an applicant? No, because someone needs to apply for the job. Yeah? So if the question is, we can't have them without the master, it's a master detail relationship. It's tight. Remember the implication of maturity and ownership. The detail is automatically, or access is automatically given based on the access to the master, and controlled by parent is the forced OWD, organization-wide default in that case, and also impacts sharing rules, and as we have seen, also impacts ownership. Second type of relationship is lookup between parent and child. lookup is what we call the loose relationship. It's nothing more than a reference, yeah? A lookup field. Yeah? So it does not impact at all. There's one impact, it relates object. It makes object accessible. When we build report types, the parent can access child information and vice versa. There's a relationship between the objects. For those of you who work with databases, and you understand how important it is that objects, that tables relate to each other. They can exchange information at that point. They know each other. Yeah? There are foreign key relationships. So loose relationship. There's no impact on security, for instance. It's nothing more than a reference to data which resides in another object. These are the two base relationships. All the other relationship types are derived from one of these. If I have an object that has two, a child object that has two masters, so I create two master details on a child, I get a junction. Yeah? Junction is a relationship tables. It allows me many-to-many relationships. For instance, my applicants and my job positions. My job application is a junction object, in fact. Yeah? It's the detail for the application, for the applicant, and it's the detail for the job positions as well. Yeah? So it makes it a junction the moment you have two master detail relationships. Fourth type of object is the self-lookup. Remember that we have seen an example of self-lookup. We already have in parent accounts. A self-lookup means the object looks at itself. There's a lookup relationship to the object itself, parent to parent, for instance. Yeah? So parent accounts are an example of the self-lookup. It's just a special case of the lookup. And the last type of relationship that we have within Salesforce is hierarchical. Hierarchical is a self-lookup. It's a special case of self-lookup, but in this case, the object that contains the self-lookup is the user object, user to user. If you look at a user record, on that user record by default, you will find the manager field. It's also a user. Yeah? So it's a user lookup on the user object, and that's what we call a hierarchical field. These are relationships, hierarchical relationships are used in approval matrices, for instance. They are used for, or in approval processes, sorry. They are used for a very special type of functionality. For instance, the approval process can use hierarchical relationships to assign approval, okay? I can see that someone asks me about the relationship between account and contact, for instance. Well, I can't really tell you what the relationship between account and contact is. All the standard objects have what we call standard relationships. And sometimes a standard relationship can be a master detail. Sometimes it is just a lookup, but sometimes it's kind of a hybrid relationship with functionality that is taken from both, and sometimes even added functionality, which is very specific for CRM, for instance, or very specific for the support process. So they are, let's say, by design, relationships by design. So we in general, we don't classify them as one of these, okay? They are relationships by design, and sometimes they are one of these. If you look at account and contacts, they look most like master detail relationship. But look at the person account, where we fuse both. We don't even speak about an account. We don't speak about the contact. We have a person account. So it's a relationship by design, okay? So these relationships are the relationships that we can choose from when we build custom apps. Good. Contact roles. If you look at contact roles, these are roles that we can assign, yeah, to opportunities to indicate which contact defines or plays a role in an opportunity, but also contracts and cases. It's a related list attached to opportunities. You can see on the slides the ABC10 laptops opportunity. And we have the contact roles related list. As you can see, you can manage contact roles over here. And here you can see two contacts, Arnold Adams and Bertha Boxer, that are playing a certain role in the ABC 10 laptops opportunity. One is a business user, the other one is a decision maker. Okay, so we can attach these contact roles to a certain opportunity. These are the people from that account that we deal with. Okay, so if you look at contact roles, by the way, in an organization, so first of all, if I pick an opportunity, let's navigate to sales. Let's quickly select an opportunity. Well, here I have contact roles. So if I click contact roles, this is where there are no contact roles added over here. But this is where I could add contact roles. So I can select one of the account's contacts or multiple, click next, and I can set type of role over here. As you can see, there's a list of possibilities. This list of possibilities, by the way, if you look at that list in the setup, if I go to Object Manager and I check my existing objects, here I can find opportunity contact roles. So if I open this object and I check the fields and relationships over here, voila, role types, tick list. So I can modify the existing contact roles. So it's actually an additional object, which translates into a related list on my opportunity. So opportunity contact roles. So remember, you might have questions on the contact roles. Good. Of course, a contact can be given different roles for different opportunities, or contracts or cases, depending on which role they play for a certain opportunity. Next, similar partner roles. We also have partners often assisting us in sales, resellers, consultant firms, etc. that will assist our organization in the sales process. And similar to the contact role, similar idea, we can assign partners to an opportunity. Let's quickly show. Again, if I go to my opportunity, ABC Omega, I can find partners over here. A very similar idea. I can click new and I can set an account as partner with a specific partner role, and I can even indicate which primary or which partner is the primary partner in opportunity. So remember, for a business, important to know who we are dealing with on the side of the customer and the side of the partners that assist us in or assists the sales rep in an opportunity. Okay. As you can see, when a partner account is added to the partners related list on an opportunity, the partners related list exists also at account level. It consolidates at account level, and it will automatically update the related accounts or the partner related list, on the related account. Okay. Good. So this is very specific for the Sales Cloud. Okay, I think we've covered. Let me quickly double check whether there was more that I want to tell you. There's always more that I want to tell, but we need to continue, of course. But we covered first lesson. I think it was the biggest lesson. It took also quite some time on account and contact management. Our next lesson is on campaigns and lead management. So let's say marketing. Of course, it's not Marketing Cloud. I also teach Marketing Cloud. Marketing Cloud relates to Pardot and Exact Target. This is about how we can, let's say, plan, manage, and track our campaigns in Salesforce. And often, of course, integrated with with tools which we actually run campaigns, mail campaigns, and, SMS campaigns, and all journeys that we run in marketing. So campaign and lead management. So exam objectives covered in this section. Marketing and leads, explain how marketing capabilities support the sales process, understand the relationship between marketing and the sales process. Of course, very obvious. If you look at marketing, the idea of marketing in general is to generate leads. Of course, we can also run a marketing campaign on existing business. If you look at a campaign, it can include two types of records, I should say. We can include leads, which are generated by the campaign, or we can attach contacts as campaign members. So campaign members translate either into leads or contacts, or combination of both, of course. And for the leads, more specifically, we have lead conversion. Remember the lead conversion process. Quite sure that most of you know what I'm talking about, but nevertheless, let's have a quick look. We have just in case over here, just in case you haven't seen it yet. As you can see, I have the convert button. Often get that question, and that's from a, let's say, consultancy perspective. When do I convert a lead? Well, I don't know. It will depend on your sales process. Each business will define for the typical type of business when conversion is necessary. It will depend on your sales and marketing process, of course. But there are a couple of things that I can say about it. The moment, if I click the convert button, the moment I have an opportunity, the moment I have enough information to create an opportunity, let's say the moment the lead is qualified at that stage and we are able to define an opportunity, we've gathered enough information to define the needs of that customer, we can decide to, or we have to, it's not can, we must turn the lead into an account with a contact and an opportunity in that case. As you can see, the opportunity is optional. Don't create an opportunity upon conversion is a possibility. So it's not necessary to create. But once you have an opportunity, you will need to turn that lead into accounts, okay, with contact and opportunity, because leads cannot be associated to opportunities. Of course, we can choose existing. We can choose an existing account. We can choose an existing contact, an existing opportunity. You also, in the lead settings, have the possibility to create automatically a task, a follow-up task on conversion. So conversion can also include the automatic creation of task. Okay. You can also see the converted status over here. Good. So conversion is an important component of the relationship, and again, that's very typical for marketing and sales. The lead conversion is embedded, native, pre-designed or designed functionality, or functionality by design. Given a scenario, recommend appropriate methods for lead scoring and criteria for lead qualification. So try to understand, try to weigh leads. Now, lead scoring, lead qualification, these are things that you will have to discuss with customers. Or at what stage or which criteria do they use to calculate a certain score for a lead? There are lots of methodologies for this. Best practices for managing lead data quality. That's something that I can talk a couple of days about, lead data quality. It all starts with entering the lead, of course. We know the basic tools for lead data quality. Well, let's put it otherwise. I have that general rule: rubbish in, rubbish out. If you put rubbish in the database, you'll get rubbish out of the database. So it starts with the input and make sure that that you have good validation rules that ensure that mandatory fields are mandatory, and once data is captured and you have good conventions that you can use good validation rules to ensure that the data is captured in an appropriate format. But of course, we have the issue of duplicates as well. Duplicates are not always easy to detect. I always recommend my customers to tell their users whenever they create a lead manually, whenever they create an account or a contact manually, use search. For educate users that they search whether the account already exists or not. It all starts from the beginning, and the beginning is entering, in this case, lead information. First, double check whether it exists, but even this is not 100% fail-safe, because if the OWDs or leads are private, you can search as much as you want. You will not see all the leads that are available in the organization. So it can already depend on security, whether someone can double check whether the lead already exists. So data quality is something that is quite a challenge, always. But it's the most important thing. That's what we have Salesforce for. We get a return, or the customer gets return on investment based on the data which is in the database. It will be used to create reports, to create dashboards, and based on these dashboard components, management will take decisions. When it's red, they know they have to act. When it's green, they know everything is good, performance is good. But if red turns green or the other way around, so the data is incorrect, it might lead to bad decisions in the organization based on that data. So it's extremely important. For me, it's one of the most important parts of Salesforce, guaranteeing good data. Lots of stuff can help us. We have, of course, duplicate management, automatic duplicate management, detecting of duplicates. We have validation rules, but also automation can help us to ensure good data quality. So lots of best practices. Good. Sales Cloud, for those of you who are interested in these best practices, the advanced training, ADM 211, it's one of the trainings that I deliver. We dedicate quite some time to data quality. There are also report packs that can tell you give you more information about data quality. There's one, I think it's how is it called again? I always forget the name. It's a native pack designed by Salesforce. I think if you search on the App Exchange for that, I will check it in the next break. It's a quality pack, data quality pack that can measure data quality. It can even tell you which users are not capturing all the data for certain objects. So it's something that I often use for adoption stages. When we release, when there's a go phase at the customer location, in the beginning I can use these reports to detect which users, which roles and so on are not capturing the data correctly. But that's enough about data quality. There's a lot to say about it. As I said, ADM 211 digs into it a bit more. Remember, validation rules are the tool that we have specifically to maintain data quality. Sales Cloud solution design, given a scenario, again, identify an approach when designing, as you can see, the lead conversion process. Okay. Oh, sorry, wrong button. No. Good. Check. Okay. Marketing and leads, sales solution design. Okay, marketing team wants to run, of course, every marketing team wants this. Everybody wants to run successful campaigns that generate high quality leads. There's nothing special about that request. So it all starts with campaigns, as we just mentioned. Campaigns generate leads. You can see an example of a campaign over here. The Q1 Spider, in this case, it's an email campaign. Campaigns can be different types. We can have webinars as campaigns, we can have email campaigns, telemarketing campaigns. It depends on what we do. As you can see, or when you define a campaign, you can set start dates, you can set end dates. As you can see, expected revenue can be set, but also cost information, the budgeted cost, actual costs of the campaign. Campaign members, you can see the 3 types of campaign members. So remember, so I already mentioned contacts and leads can be campaign members, but when I mention contacts, I implicitly also mean B2C contacts. A person account in the end is a contact as well. It's a fusion between account and contact. So person accounts, of course, can be individuals. In other words, can also be part of a campaign. Okay. We can, of course, track campaigns, and the general idea is if we track campaigns, we want to understand what drives our pipeline, our sales pipeline, what drives our revenue. How can we, as they say, by the way, on the slide, tracking campaigns enables marketing and sales to understand what marketing efforts drive pipeline and revenue. Okay. Target of the campaign are the campaign members, as we have seen, 3 types of campaign members. Okay, let's continue. Campaign hierarchy allows us to very similar actually to the parent account. We can create kind of a self lookup. We don't have to create it. The field is already created for us, but it gives us the opportunity to bundle campaigns. You can see that for the one spider email campaign. But as you can see, we also have for that same product, Spider laptop, if I'm correct, it's a laptop that AW sells. We can also have a webinar on that laptop. And since it's the same product, we can bundle these campaigns under a program. Similar idea as the parent account. We can report on the program instead of the individual campaign. We can run reports at the level of the program. We can add additional fields to the page layout. As you can see, we can calculate statistics about campaigns in the program using campaign hierarchy fields. So they will give us overall information of the campaign, the program in this case. So the different campaigns, total cost, total budgeted cost, total contacts. Okay. It also gives us, or let's say, it also gives marketing insight into which channels are most successful, most performant. Was it email? Was it the webinar? You see? So which channels are most influential? That's another thing, campaign influence. So tracking our efforts. Good. Let's continue. Campaign influence, just mentioned it. So track the influence of multiple campaigns, part of the same program, for instance, on a single opportunity with campaign influence. Now, campaign influence, first of all, one remark, I will do that for specific topics definitely, a couple of times, dig into it into the help. There's a lot to say about campaign influence. There is quite a lot that relates to campaign influence, but there are a couple of key things that you need to know, and we can identify the campaign with primary influence on an opportunity. As you can see, we can track influence of multiple campaigns on a single opportunity with campaign influence. Eventually, there will be one campaign which has primary influence. Okay. If we enable campaign influence, it can be, you can actually automatically enable, or you can enable automatic campaign influence, which will automatically detect, calculate the influence of a certain campaign on an opportunity. It uses, for instance, contact roles. As you can see, you can use opportunity contact roles, but also other custom criteria to associate opportunities to campaigns automatically. We have that link between opportunities and campaigns. If an opportunity has a contact role, and the contact which is part of that contact role is also a campaign member, well, it will use that relationship to decide that this campaign will be added to the related list of campaigns of that opportunity, you see. So it uses these kinds of relationships, okay? Also, when a campaign generates a lead and that lead is converted into an account, a contact and an opportunity, you again see the relationship. The campaign generates the lead which is converted into an opportunity. Again, we have a relationship between campaign and opportunity. Okay, so there are automatic, these are the two most common scenarios. Contact roles and lead conversion can attach campaigns to certain opportunities. Can also be added, often it's done manually. We often add campaigns manually to opportunities as well. When you enable campaign influence, you can set time frames. Of course, if I have an opportunity for ABC Labs, for instance, today, but my campaign ran 1 year ago, well, that campaign that ran 1 year ago will not have any, probably doesn't have any effect anymore on the opportunity that I create today. So we can set time frames that basically define the impact time a campaign can have on opportunities that are going to be created. Okay, good. Granting access to campaigns. Same story as usual. We have OWDs, which are the default, or hierarchy roles. We have object permissions, we have sharing rules. It's an object as any other object. Okay. For the users themselves, so which users should have marketing user checkbox selected on their user record? Well, marketing user checkbox, what you need to know on the user record, we have that marketing user checkbox. It enables a user to, so it automatically enables that user to create, edit, delete, clone campaigns. You can manage campaigns, in other words, you can manage campaign members as well, attach members to a campaign, and also define campaign settings in the advanced campaign setup. So that's the marketing user checkbox on the user record. Okay. Good. Of course, there are also a lot of app exchange solutions. For instance, app exchange solutions that enable you to run email campaigns. Do not forget, as I mentioned, I'm always a bit disappointed when I visit customers. And of course, since I'm closely tied to Salesforce, it's logically that I'm a bit disappointed when someone is not using exact target or the marketing cloud, let's call the marketing cloud in general. Because the synergy between our CRM product, sales, service cloud, and the marketing cloud, what you get out of it when you use both of them is massively. It's a massive amount of added value, which you would not have when you integrate other tools with the CRM platform and the sales and the service cloud. Just to give you one simple idea of what you can get out of it, you can synchronize your CRM data, your contacts and your leads with your marketing cloud. You can use these to run campaigns in marketing cloud. So basically your CRM becomes database of record for your contacts and leads. Also, of course, campaigns can be linked to campaigns in the marketing cloud. Your emails sent can be defined in your marketing cloud, but sent based on reports in the CRM. So in CRM, you segment to create a report that contains contacts and leads. These reports can be used to send marketing cloud emails to these contacts and leads. So the added value journey builder can use data from the CRM as well. So it's a very, very powerful integration. So always a bit disappointed when it's not used, or people have chosen to use another marketing app. But definitely remember, we have Pardot, we have Exact Target, or let's call them in general. We have the marketing cloud, of course, which is by far the best collaborating tool for marketing in relation to our CRM product. Okay. That was a bit marketing from my side in relation to Salesforce, but true, it's definitely true. It makes sense, same vendor. Reporting, of course, we can report on campaigns as well. You can see a couple of examples. A campaign pipeline. These are just general reports. This is the part of the analytics thing that we need to know for this certification. And you can see a couple of examples, the value of open opportunities related to a campaign, closed won opportunities, campaign ROI. Remember this one, it might always pop up in a question. Value of won opportunities minus the campaign cost divided by the campaign cost to calculate the return on investment. Okay. Another interesting thing is, look what's on top of this slide. You can create reports to analyze campaign members, as we can create reports on anything, on any data. When a report based on one of the report types that contain lead campaigns or contact data, when a report returns a list of contacts or leads, as you can see, there's the add to campaign functionality. Also remember this can be one of these detailed questions in the exam. You have that add to campaign functionality that will automatically associate these contacts or leads with an existing campaign. Okay. Lead conversion and campaign influence. I think I just I already mentioned this one. When you convert a lead, Salesforce creates a new account, contact, and optionally an opportunity using the information from the lead. But lead conversion will also be used to relate that created opportunity with the campaign that generated the leads. Okay. Also remember, you can see over here, you can see also contact roles are important. Contact roles can also be used to link campaigns to opportunities. Okay. After conversion, as you can see, lead records are only available to reports. A lead, once converted, is not visible anymore in the interface. It has become an account with contact and optionally opportunity information, but can always be accessed through reports to check the history of an account where it started. You can still report on converted leads. Mapping of lead feeds, very important. For this one, I'm quickly going to the interface. And let's quickly run through the setup, by the way. What we have been talking about so far. It's always good to map it to the interface as well, I think, later on for you to verify. So make sure that underneath feature settings, you run through the features that relate to marketing. You will find features that I've mentioned, campaign influence, for instance. Run through the different settings, understand, run through a trailhead module that explains campaign influence. I'm going to be honest with you, campaign influence, tomorrow I'm forgotten again. It's not something that you use on a regular basis. If I need to use it, I need to double check it, the details of it again myself as well. Remember these three which are related. You have web to lead, lead assignment rules, and lead auto response rules, very important, quite short. Some of you, or most of you, will probably know them. Yeah? Some of you don't, so let's quickly run through because they are important to know. Yeah? We have the lead assignment rule. Lead assignment rules are working in conjunction with web to lead. If you look at web to lead gives me the possibility to first of all enable it. I can, as you can see, it's enabled over here. I can enable web to lead, and what does it mean? I can capture leads from the website. So people can register or leave their details on my website. Do I need to build anything for it? No. I can create my web to lead form over here. So I can select fields that I want to be part of my web to lead, that I want to display on the website, and I can automatically generate the, I have to complete over here. Let's quickly complete, boom, I don't need the captcha link. I click generate, and what I'm given is HTML code. This is the HTML code that I will put on my website. So I copy this, I give it to my web designer, web designer integrates it in the website, and from that point on, people can register on my website. Okay, automatically creating leads in my organization. That's web to lead. Mighty powerful. It takes me in a customer organization. Make sure that you know this. Remember this for the certification. In a customer organization, it takes me 30 minutes to do this, even less. Most of the time is taken by the fact that I have that my web designer has to integrate it neatly into my website, but a good HTML or a good web designer doesn't take much time. Good, it won't take 2 days, it would rather take 1 hour or even less. Good, so web to lead, enable, generate the code. Once a lead is captured from the web, it needs to be assigned to a queue, for instance. Queue of users who can, next step, who can accept leads from the queue. So these are lead assignment rules. As you can see, I have, in this case, already a lead assignment rule. And in this case, I'm routing my leads based on regions. If the region field of the lead contains US, the lead is assigned to the US sales team. If it's EMEA, it's the EMEA sales team, and so on. And then I have a default lead owner, else. Okay? So these are lead assignment rules. I capture the lead, I assign it to a queue or a user. By the way, important to know, a record can have 2 types of owners, a queue or a user. These are the 2 owner types of a record. So that's quickly on the site, so that you know, if you ever get that question, what kind of owners a record can have, queue or user. So lead assignment rules, and then you have lead auto response rules. These lead auto response rules are basically rules that allow me, I don't have any defined. They are very similar to the assignment rules. They use similar criteria. If the region is well, look at what I've told you. After our short break, Belgium, we have 3 different languages: Dutch, French, German. Of course, if someone from our Dutch region registers and I want to send that person a thank you mail, thank you for registering on our site, I want to do this in Dutch. So I have a lead assignment rule that says if language equals Dutch, send a Dutch mail. If language equals French, send a French mail. So auto response rules allow me to send, again, based on criteria, a response back to whoever registered on our site. You see, mighty powerful. No development required. Also, remember that you can do the same for cases. You don't need to know that for the certification. But remember that you have a similar possibility. Web to case is exactly the same. Setup is exactly the same. The only difference is the object. You do it for the case instead of the lead. And there is also a case assignment rule. That's the one thing on top. Cases also have, escalation rules. Also have escalation rules. Clear? So remember, they don't mention it anymore in the slides, but you have to understand the web to lead process as well. Okay. Once I have queues created, by the way, I check underneath users, I can set up queues over here. And for instance, my US sales team queue. Such a queue is, can I show you here? Yeah, is defined on the lead object in this case. It's a lead queue. These queues will automatically result in list fields. Voilà, EMEA sales team, US sales team. This is where my assignment rules will drop my leads, you see. So automatically the creation of a queue results in creation of a list view on the object for which I create the queue. Clear? I think I've explained or tried to explain, at least in a nutshell, how web to lead works, but we've covered all the components. Okay. One important part is mapping lead fields, and that's of course the one thing I haven't showed you yet. If I create custom data on my lead region, for instance, that region field, which is very important, that I already captured at website level because I needed to route my leads to the correct queue, that region field is a custom field. And that region field is also used on my account object. And of course, I know that lead conversion turns my lead into an account, plus contact, etc. But we're looking at the account now. It means that if I have the lead region field, it's logical that I use that same data to create the account region. So I'm going to map my custom fields. If you have lead conversion, automatically standard fields map to standard account fields. For custom fields, I have to set up this mapping myself. This is part of data quality. That's, remember, we need to know about data quality. You know, if I have to classify this topic, well, it's part of data quality. It's my customer who registers on the site that will enter the region information. That's very trustworthy, because it's the person himself will tell, well, I'm from the US. Yeah. So that data I will only want to enter. That's one of the rules that I use for data quality. Never enter data twice. Single point of entry. Whenever you have multiple points of entry, you have exponential increase of faults, of errors, in your data quality. So always try to limit data capture. In this case, at site level, my lead is captured. It is stored in my data. My lead region is captured, stored in my database, and automatically turned into account region. Of course, for these custom fields, and I will quickly show you if I navigate to the setup, and when I check my objects, object manager, and when I select, I think we're running towards another page. It's time left. I check the lead object, fields and relationships, map lead fields. You see, if I click map lead fields, I can define mapping, and hooray, here it is. My region on the lead will, after conversion, be converted in, as you can see, I have the selection here, into my region field on the account. Okay. I can do the same for contact fields. Certain lead fields that will be converted into specific contact fields, and for opportunity I can do the same. So I could also display the region, for instance, at contact level. That's mapping for leads. It's very specific functionality for leads. Relates to the lead conversion process. For the mapping as well, again, you have to begin yourself. Furthermore, give you as much as possible. These tiny details, such as data type, are important as well. Remember that when my lead field, my region field, in this case is a pick list, remember that it must be a pick list on the account as well. So it must respect data type. Data type on a field is a validation rule. It's one of the system validation rules. If my data type is email address, it needs to stay an email address data type. Otherwise, my data validation, my system data validation is not running anymore. Yes, you need to know again I had one question. I'm quickly gonna double check. Lead process, sales process. Yeah. You need to know the process setup, of course. I'll come back to that later on. Basically, you need to know everything which is part of the essentials. The essentials training is the first step in your Sales Cloud consultant certification, and you need to remember everything that we've seen in the ADX 201 if you followed it or if you've done that certification. So I was saying, region to region mapping, respect data types. There are exceptions, and make sure that you also have an idea of exceptions. A pick list, for instance, can become text, so there are a couple of exceptions to this rule. Okay. Good. Let's continue. Lead conversion. So we will run through that setup, by the way, on the home tab. So if you look at feature settings, marketing, so you have all the settings over here. What they show on the slides are these settings. There are also a couple of lead settings. I'll just run through the important ones. Well, here you have one which you might consider. Select don't create an opportunity by default. So remember, create an opportunity. When you convert the lead, it's automatically selected. You can also have it deselected. So select don't create an opportunity by default in the convert lead window. And here you can see that other option. You see, create a task during lead conversion when subject is blank. So that's for the task, an option to the task creation. It means even when there's no subject in your lead, it will still create a task, an empty task. Good. So remember, there are a couple of specific lead considerations. Lead data quality. I already talked a bit about data quality. Let me double check. I think this is fun. Okay, we have 2 more slides left, which is perfect for the next break. So lead data quality. We have the data import wizard. There are a couple of ways to import data. If I classify ways to import data, I think there are 3. We have one embedded. Yes, Chaitanya, you wanted to see this slide. I can't go back for a long time now, but I have to continue. Sometimes I answer questions if my eye falls on them and I have the time. Lead data quality. I was talking about importing of your data. We'll come back to it at the end of the training. Considerations when you import data, but already remember we have 3 types of import mechanisms. We have the data import wizard, which is the embedded functionality, the only functionality to import embedded. Then we have data loader and other apps on the app exchange, but often the data loader IO. I am a data loader user, the data loader app, not the IO. I tend to use the data loader app. I'm a dinosaur, a fossil. I'm working with Salesforce already many years in Classic at the time, so I'm used to data loader. So it's almost a native product, but it still needs to be installed. At least if you don't use the data loader IO. And then you have basically the bulk data API, which is the API. There are 2 important APIs, so data manipulation, bulk data API, which is the API that allows you to manage to reach out to your data in the database. And you have the metadata API, which is the API that allows you to reach out to your configuration data. 2 important APIs for developers. In this case, of course, we're talking about the bulk data API, and this is also something that we can use. We can reach out as a developer, for instance. I can reach out to the API to reach data. Okay. In this case, they emphasize the data import wizard. Remember, the data import wizard is quite limited in functionality. Okay? It cannot import all types of objects. That's one of the limitations already. But it has some nice features which you don't find in data loader. For instance, you can set a matching value. Matching value is basically the field that can be used to check whether a record already exists. For those of you that know databases, you know that databases have primary keys. And when we manipulate data in a database, the primary key is extremely important. Salesforce, the Salesforce ID is the primary key. Uniquely identifies a row of data in a table, in an object in this case. But that primary key is also very important to update data. It identifies the record that needs to be updated, or to insert data. Based on the ID, it knows whether the record already exists or not. If there's no ID given, for instance, the record doesn't exist. That's the way data loader works. Data loader requires always, well, it's a bit of a lie, because you can use external IDs with data loader, but that's for another training. But let's say for now, the data loader always requires the Salesforce ID in order to do upserts, or updates or inserts. Data import wizard has that matching value, which means, yes, you can use the Salesforce ID, but if you are a less technical user and you don't know about all this database stuff, you can also use the email. It's not as safe as the Salesforce ID, but it can be used to identify whether the user already exists. If it already exists, I might want to update it in an upsort. If it doesn't exist, the email address in my database as a lead or linked to a lead, I will create that lead. You see, that's the matching value. Another nice thing, another consideration when you manipulate data, especially when you import data, is what are we doing with our lead assignment rules? Are we going to invoke them or not? Are we going to automatically assign leads? It's always something to think, often forgotten. There are three scenarios. When you don't specify a lead owner, the person executing the import will become the owner of all the leads that are being imported. Be aware, if you import 5,000 leads and there is no owner field, you'll be the owner of these 5,000 leads. That's scenario one. Scenario two is you have a lead owner field. That lead owner field will specify the owner of a lead. Third scenario, I'm going to use an assignment rule. We have seen these assignment rules. They work with Web2Lead, but they can be used during any lead creation. If I create a lead, even manual, if I go to leads and I click new leads, it's something that is often forgotten or overlooked. At the bottom of my page, use active assignment rule. You see, it means I will not be the owner of this lead, although it says for now Philip. It will use the assignment rule, and either a queue or another user will become the owner of this lead. Remember as well that in an organization you can have only one assignment rule active. You can define multiple, only one can be active at a time. Is that strange? No, because I can only have one owner for a record. So two assignment rules wouldn't make sense because I can only assign a record to one owner. I can have as many criteria within that one assignment rule that I want, based on the region as we have seen, but only one rule will be the active one. Same for auto-response rules. I only want to send one mail, only one active auto-response rule is possible. Okay. You see, in the end, everything is logically tied together. Okay. Keep leads missing required field values from being imported. Well, I think that makes sense. If you have a required field, remember fields can be required in three ways. Again, three ways. It's the golden rule, always free. But remember, Required can be at field level. So when you create a field, for most fields, there are two exceptions. Long text and checkbox cannot be required at field level at least. But if I check off required at field level, we call it universally required. It's a field that is always required. Yeah? For every user can see it, every user can edit it, because it's a universally required field. The second way to make a field required is at the level of the page layout. In a page layout, I can make a field required, much more often used, much more flexible. It depends on the page layout. For one page layout, a certain field is required. For the other page layout, it doesn't even exist on the page layout. Flexibility. The third way is validation rules. With validation rules, you have functions such as isBlank. Yeah? So with functions, we can make fields required as well. Again, the big advantage of validation rules is that we can create complex formulas, complex logic, intelligence, let's call it semi-intelligence, to check whether a field is required or not. For instance, you have validation rules which I call conditional validation rules. A field is required based on whether another field is filled in or not. For those of you who did the first training, the ADX 201, there's a nice example in that training. We're creating that training two fields. Customer has support plan, is a checkbox field, and support plan expiration date. The expiration date when that customer has a support plan. Conditional required in that case would be when someone checks customer has a support plan, it automatically makes the expiration date field required. That's conditional required. Very powerful. Again. Okay. Good. I hope everything is still. There's a lot to tell. Correct. You can disable not validation rules. Validation. It's only. I'm going to be honest. I don't. The question was, can you disable validation rules? You can't disable. There is a tool, though. Now, I never use the data import wizard myself. I'm going to be honest with you. I always use data loader. I'll give you quickly the reason. I'm an engineer and I'm quite technical. And what I want to avoid, in fact, is if I'm doing an export, I will use the same tool for the import. If I do an export with my data loader, I will do my import with my data loader. My data loader is much more flexible, and the import wizard has one big limitation for me. I'm in Europe. In Europe, our default separator, our locale, in our locale is semicolon. Data import wizard does not allow you to change the separator. It's based in the US Salesforce, and they have as default separators comma and tab. And I can't change this in data import wizard. So for me, data import wizard is quite useless unless I change my locale settings on my system. So that's why I always default. I don't know how it is in India with separators, but in Europe we use by default semicolon. Good. Now I forgot what I was going to show you. I was going to show you one thing. So with data import wizard, you can't turn off validation rules. In fact, I don't want to turn off validation rules because it means that I can import. I can basically create inconsistencies in my database. They avoid it. Yeah? You are able to switch off automation in data import wizard. It means you can switch off process builder processes, and you can switch off workflow rules, but not validation rules. There is, though, that's not important for the certification, but maybe good to quickly show you. Cloud tool, if I can find it. Cloud toolkit Salesforce. Well, you can see I often regularly use it. It's a toolkit. You have many of these sites, but this is one that I sometimes use, which allows you to quickly and easily disable an org's validation rules, workflows, and Apex things. That's a tool that I use if I want to do this to switch off validation rules. But again, I'm not going to dig into it, but it's dangerous to switch off validation. Sometimes I need to go, but try to avoid. Good, what time are we? I think it's almost time for the big break as well. Reporting on it quickly, a couple of reports. This is part of the analytics part of the certification. And yeah, these are things we know. As you can see in Classic, you have standard reports such as the lead lifetime. It's not available in Lightning. Not all standard reports were converted or transferred to automatically transferred to Lightning. We can always make them available in Lightning, but by default you will find the lead lifetime report in standard. Okay. Also, remember custom summary formulas. You can see a nice formula again. So these are formulas, remember, that we can calculate on the subtotals in a summary report or a matrix report on numerical fields. And for instance, you can create a formula such as a lead conversion ratio. Now, in this case, per campaign, we do a grouping by campaign, and then we can calculate the conversion ratio, which is the number of converted leads divided by the total number, the row count. In this case, 23%, as you can see. And here you can see the campaign. So we are rolling up, grouping by campaign. We only have one here. Couple of leads, and on the subtotal you can see that formula being calculated. Okay. Voila. Second module covered, which is good. As I said, the later on modules are a bit smaller, so we will easily be able to cover everything. Let me have a look at the time. I can see it's quarter to 7 over here, which means it must be close to lunchtime for you. I have to separate somewhere. I have to define or set the lunchtime somewhere, and we do spend some time on a bigger break. So we had a small break. I think it's time to have a bigger break as well. So let's go for the big break. Okay. 11:22 it is. Thank you very much, Kumar. I didn't see the other. I want to avoid. Thank you, Heather. I want to avoid continuing. I'm thinking, Manish. I want to avoid starting a module and breaking in the middle of that module. So let's say, shall we take half an hour, 30 minutes? Would that be okay for you? Okay, and yeah, that's 20 minutes, maybe a bit less, and it is a lot of information in the end. So I think it's good to have to detach for 30 minutes and reconnect in our minds. 20 minutes is a bit short. Let's say 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, we continue with opportunity management. Okay, see you in 30. Thank you. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. I know in the US it's something between dinner and breakfast, probably. But Denver, okay. Poof. I don't know by default all the time zones, but I can imagine it's a midnight snack. Yeah, okay. Be careful for your stomach. Good. I'm gonna mute my microphone. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see each other in 30 minutes. No comment. Okay. Enjoyed your, I hope you've enjoyed your quick break, quick light snack, lunch. Right. 1 second. I'm just thinking. I saw one remark about controlled by parent. If you control by parent, access is derived from the parent. So the control by parent setting on a custom object basically makes the owner of the parent, the master, also the owner of the detail. So sharing rules can be created, but they are created basically on a master. This is dealt with in detail in the advanced training, but dig into it deeper. You just look at the master detail relationship, and you you'll find out. I'm thinking about, yeah, before we continue, yeah, we have seen already a couple of specific topics on accounts, specific topics on campaigns, leads, campaign influence, for instance, campaign hierarchy. And again, towards your certification, remember it's important for preparing for your certification that you combine what you have learned in essentials with the specific topics that we see in this training to prepare in total for the certification. So again, that essentials knowledge should not be forgotten. It's an essential part of this certification. As I mentioned in the beginning of this webinar, for me, amongst all my consultancy certifications, I must say all consultancy certifications are tough, all certifications are tough, Salesforce certifications, but this was one of the least tough certifications because it also bases itself a lot on essential knowledge. And the additional topics, such as we will have a look at for opportunity managers, such as price books, for instance, are very specific for sales cloud consultant certification. Okay. I'm thinking, yeah, let's continue with opportunity management, lesson 3. I've seen reference to a voucher. I'll double check whether they have given. I don't think that I have the voucher code, so you probably have to double check with Salesforce for voucher. I have not been shared the voucher code. Sometimes they do this, but I haven't received it. I will double check it during the next week. They will mail it in this case. Okay. They haven't informed me, but thank you for letting me know. Some webinars they give it to me and I display it, but I haven't received it for this one. So most cases they mail it. If you don't receive it, double check with Salesforce. So for opportunity management, I had that question before. I think on sales process, understanding how to support and determine how to support different sales process scenarios is important. Typical example, B2C, B2B. Remember that you will have questions about this. And the moment that you start defining additional processes, you always require record types. Each business process, in this case sales process, which links to the opportunity object, will be represented by a record type. Before we create this record type, we have to make sure that we have the sales processes defined. Remember, in your setup, navigate to the setup. Underneath your sales features, your feature settings, you have sales features. You have the possibility to create sales processes, and this is where you will define additional sales processes. Remember, there's one embedded sales process, the standard one, which is not listed. All the custom processes are listed here. In this case, I have a B2B and a B2C sales process defined. The definition of the sales process basically means that you define, I have to do it differently, I have to click here. The name itself, you define the stages available. This is a B2B with lots of stages, and you can see a B2C sales process. Well, they are not defined here, but normally a B2C has these values. So it's just the other way around. So these values need to be removed. Initial contact, quote given, close one, close lost, close one, close lost would be stages that are part of a B2C process. Okay. Also remember that in Object Manager, the moment I will select opportunity first, opportunity object. The moment you create a record type for the opportunity object, new record type, one of the selections will be the sales process, okay, which is typical for opportunity. Lead is also a process. The case object as is also a business process, support process, in other words. And you also have this for solutions. If you work with knowledge in Service Cloud, also a solution is a process by default. So remember this, and remember that the stages which are part of a business process, of a sales process in this case, are defined in your opportunity underneath fields and relationships. You have the stages, and you know that in a record type you can always modify last step of the record type, the pick list values, and you would expect that the stage is also a pick list, but actually it's not a pick list. It represents itself, and they even call it pick list values over here. But the stage is much more than just a pick list. Look at all the information here. It has a name. If I create a new one, for instance, you can see it has a name. It belongs to a type, open, close long, close lost. It is assigned to a forecast category, committed, pipeline, best case, committed, closed. It's a probability is assigned. So it's much more in the database than just a hard-coded pick list value. That's why it doesn't show up as a pick list in the record types. It's something that you have to prepare together with your pick list values and your page layouts that you will use for a certain record type. So remember this. Good. Given a scenario, describe the relationship between opportunities to assets, product line items, schedules, price books, quotes, contracts, campaigns. What is important from these, especially, is that you have to know the opportunity, of course. You have to know that an opportunity links to quotes. You have to know that quotes can link to contracts. It can be converted into contracts. So you have to know the relationship between the different objects. You have to understand the idea of the price book and the products that are part of a price book. So make sure that you understand these relationships. Then Sales Cloud solution design, given a set of requirements, design an end-to-end sales process, similar to what I just mentioned, from lead to opportunity in this case, to close in the end, finally close the order. Given a scenario, analyze requirements to determine an appropriate solution, considering capabilities, limitations, and describe the implementation considerations when designing a sales process. So again, that solution design basically rests for a big part on your capabilities as a consultant, your capability to translate a business requirement into a solution, in this case for the sales process. Management team in this case wants to define sales processes. We've just quickly reviewed, and of course with sales processes we can do a lot. If you look at the sales process, the different stages in the sales process can be very simple, can be very flexible, but I prefer very controlled sales processes. You can highly control the sales process in Salesforce. I will give you a simple example. For instance, I can avoid that a sales rep moves to the next stage with validation loops. You cannot change the stage of a sales process of an opportunity. Instead of the sales rep changing the stage, this can be done by workflow rules or process builder. So I will automate the changing of the stage. And of course, I need criteria for this. Criteria for such a stage change can be tasks that a sales rep needs to complete before the opportunity moves to the next stage. For instance, I'm in prospecting stage. In prospecting stage, I have a couple of tasks. Call the customer, make an appointment, visit the customer, give a brochure. If the sales rep checks off these 4 checkboxes, this will be detected by automation, and automation will automatically move to the next stage. This is a controlled sales process. It avoids that my sales reps just move opportunities through stages, manipulating my pipeline, ending up in bad KPIs for my management, bad sales performance KPIs. So you can highly, in combination with automation, you can highly control the flow of the sales process. These are things that are dealt with in the advanced admin training, where we learn to control using different techniques, automation, validation rules to formula fields, roll up some summaries to control the sales process. Sales reps need to generate multiple quotes for customers and track this information in Salesforce, so we can set up quotes or we can generate quotes as well. We also have contracts, in other words, recurring quotes. When we have recurring similar deals with the same account, we can consolidate these in recurring quotes, contracts, and which are linked with orders which actually contain the quote information, so purchase orders. So we can set up a full process starting from initial opportunity up to order combined with contract and everything in between. So first of all, products and price books, it's something that's specific for this certification. What do you need to know about products and price books? First, maybe a bit of terminology. You have the price book itself, or you have, first of all, the product. Products can be grouped. You can group products in product families, and products can also have price settings. Maybe better to quickly go to the interface. Here I have the products object, and as you can see, I have a couple of products over here. They are grouped in product families. The product family is basically a pick list which you can define on the product object. So it's a field for which you can specify values. So you can just create a new product by creating new. You enter the required product information, product code, for instance, and product family. Okay. So once the product is created, it's quite simple. If you look at the product, if you open the product, you can see the product details, but there's also a related list. This is the related list for price books. And as you can see, the moment you add a price, the first price that you will enter, it's basically your master price, or your master list is your standard price list. Remember that all products, they have basically a standard price, it's your master list, and one product can only be listed once on the standard price book. You can only have one standard price per currency. You can see for this product, it's the Omega 2. You can see two entries in the price book, but that's only because it's two different currencies, as you can see. It's once entered in euro and once entered in dollar. So there is actually one price, but that price can be reflected, can be shown in multiple currencies. Okay, I can't add two prices for the same product in the same currency. Okay, if you look at price books, if I do a search here, I will also find, not custom price books, but I can search for my price book. This is the price book object. As you can see, you have a standard price book, which is automatically generated as you are adding prices to products. And then here I can see two custom price books. One price book for my reseller, one price book specific for laptops, maybe for some kind of campaign. These custom price books are always a subset of the product of the products which are part of the master price. Okay. So they basically allow you, these custom price books, they allow you to offer different prices at different market segments, for instance, direct sales, online sales, region-based. And also remember, the moment you create an opportunity and you add products to an opportunity, these products or this opportunity basically is always using one of the price books. You cannot have a combination of price books in one opportunity. It kind of makes sense. You have an opportunity for a reseller. For a reseller, you will use the prices which are listed in the reseller price book. Okay. Remember, the product itself is an object. Price book is an object as well. So they are customizable in terms of page layouts, record types, fields, so you can customize what kind of information you capture, for instance, at the level of the product. For the terminology, the moment a customer bought a product, so a purchased product is referred to as an asset in Salesforce. Okay. So that's quite a lot of terminology that relates to price books. Every product in a price book, for instance, we call a price book entry. If I click a price book and I look at the related list, you can see the price book entries over here. So for the standard price book, for instance, okay, these are the details. As you can see, it's the standard price book. So quite a lot of terminology relating to products and price books. And as they say on the slide, products and price books track products and services and the various prices at which they are sold. Remember, products can be categorized into product families, or as they say, the types of products you sell. Goods. Schedule on products. You can set schedules on products, as you can see, to define payment and delivery cycles. Remember that we have 3 types of products. These schedules, by the way, they will show up on your products as related lists once you enable them. And there are again 3 types. Basically, the third type is a combination of the 2 first. First one is quantity-based, which basically means the customer pays all at once, but receives the product in increments. You can see an example, for instance, a magazine subscription billed annually, delivered monthly. Can also be revenue-based. Customers, it's loan-based basically. They pay like kind of a loan. So customers make payments over time, but receive the product all at once. For instance, payments on a car. And then you have a combination of both quantity and revenue. Payments over time combined with incremental reception of your products or customers' products. So these are schedules that can be used on products and prices, combination of products and prices. We can add products to opportunities. As you can see, again, terminology. This is very specific. It works the way it works. You just have to dig into the different combinations. For instance, remember that you can add products to opportunities. You can choose, first of all, the price book. Remember what I told you before? One opportunity uses one price book. Next, price book is chosen. You can start adding products. Prices used are based on the chosen price book. In this case, you can see 2 products are added to this opportunity. Then laptops. Okay. The moment a product is added to the opportunity, we call it the opportunity product. Another impact of adding products to an opportunity, you can see it in the note at the bottom of the screen. Our amount on the opportunity will be calculated automatically. Once product line items are added to an opportunity, the opportunity amount field is automatically populated by the sum of the opportunity products. So price in combination with quantity, and you can see the quantity per product will be used to calculate the price or the amount of the opportunity. Okay. Good. Creating and synchronizing a quote. So that would be the next step. We have an opportunity. Opportunity contains products. Products are linked to prices, or at least all these products are linked to a specific price book. For that opportunity, our next step is the generation of quotes. We can create multiple quotes for an opportunity. We can also synchronize a quote to an opportunity, which basically means if we add or change the opportunity or the quote, they will sync together. Remember that we can only have one sync quote. We have the possibility to create multiple quotes for a customer, but but let's say at some point one quote will become the master quote, which let's say is partially agreed upon already, and we can sync it. Whatever changes made to that quote will reflect in the opportunity and vice versa. Okay, but you can create a set of quotes to show different combinations of products, quantities, and discounts. And remember, opportunity can have multiple quotes, multiple examples for multiple offers for the customer, but it can only sync with one quote at a time. Okay? Good. Once the quote is complete, by the way, you have a button. Can you resync a quote to an opportunity? Yes, you can. It stays in sync, so the syncing continues. So once you click sync, it makes you can afterwards definitely resync. What was I going to? Yeah, there is one button as well on the quote, which is generate PDF. Once your quote is done, you can generate PDF and send the PDF file to the customer. Orders and contracts. Less important what I remember for the certification. There were not that many questions, so I can't remember specific questions on orders and contracts, but the definition of order is the agreement between a company and a customer to deliver products or service with a known quantity, price, and date. Can be associated or is associated directly to the account. Contract is a written agreement between companies that define the terms for doing businesses. So basically, the order is a repeating quote, you could say, and the contract is the agreement on terms for the business. So you can also set up orders, contracts for recurring business. And here you can see the different relationships. So let's say the database entity diagram. If you look at the product, for instance, product can be an opportunity product, can be a quote line item in a recurring quote or order. It can become an order product. Next object is opportunity, or next step is the opportunity. The relationship between opportunity and product is the opportunity product. Between order and product is the order product. Quote and product, we have the quote line items, and both can, on all of them, link back at the end to the account. For recurring business, as you can see, optional, we can have contracts which work together with orders. Within contract, you have normally multiple orders. It's a fixed agreement between organizations. Okay. You don't have to know all the relationships by heart, but understand the flow from opportunity to quotes, to, in some cases, contract with order if it's recurring business, the possibility to sync quotes with opportunities, to generate PDFs on quotes, sending them to customers, the fact that you can have multiple quotes for an opportunity, multiple example offers for your customers and for the customers. Okay. Good. Solution design. And sales reps need to generate multiple quotes for customers and track this information in Salesforce. What solution would you recommend? Well, the quote feature in Salesforce linked to the opportunity gives us the possibility to generate multiple quotes. Okay. Good. So that's opportunity specifics. Which brings us to lesson 4. We have 3 more to do. We have forecasting, sales productivity, and integration and data management. Let me quickly double check. Normally, let's say we take a 5-minute break between every lesson. I tend to have a quick break to have that short pit stop. So in 5 minutes, we continue with forecasting, okay? I was muted, Carlo. Okay, I did my pit stop. Don't have coffee, drink too much coffee. I just want to quickly come back to your question with Kelly about the resyncing. I have to understand it well. If you just quickly look at the process of syncing a quote, so remember you can sync one quote at a time with an opportunity, but you can stop syncing. So it means that you at some point you can stop syncing and you can resync another quote with the opportunity. You can stop syncing with that quotes again and then resync the previous one, if that's what you mean by resyncing. But do understand that the moment you decide to sync a quote to an opportunity, it remains synced. It's a continuous process. So resyncing, it basically, and that's what I meant, it keeps syncing. So when you make changes, it updates either of the records until you decide to stop that synchronization and use another quote to sync, which will update that opportunity with the information on that quote. Okay, so yes, you can resync, but it syncs automatically during syncing until you stop syncing and decide to resync with another. But you can go back to the previous one, and that's what I would understand in this case under resyncing. Okay. What time is it? Yep, I think the 5 minutes have passed. So let's move on. You should be able to hear me now in Kabul. At least I hope so, because I'm no longer on mute. I'll double check the room. Okay, but I'm not sure whether I can do that today. Good, but I will double check in a moment. So forecasting. So let's continue with forecasting again. It's a bit like the previous one. It's more the detail that you need to know. The details that we have seen with products and price books, such as the fact that an opportunity can only use prices from one price book. That you have the standard price book. Another thing to remember is that you can't have custom price books without a standard price book. The standard price book is a price book that you do not create; it's generated. Whilst you're adding prices to products, custom price books are the ones that you create for specific scenarios, resellers, for instance, and they are subsets of the standard price book. So these are the things that you definitely need to remember for the certification. So really read well through the details, understand the specifics. Similar to forecasting. Of course, forecasting is very important. It gives us or gives management, sales management, and executive management an insight in our pipeline and what we can expect in terms of revenue. So given a scenario, we have to be able to understand the relationship between the sales stages, the sales process that is being used to forecast the pipeline, and also determine the appropriate forecasting solution. There are a couple of ways that we can forecast. So I definitely recommend also with forecasting that you run through a couple of, you haven't done it in the past yet, so that you run through the trails to set up forecasting. So we'll quickly cover the terminology, quickly have a look at the things that you need to dig into, make sure that you do. So in this case, a management team wants to generate accurate forecasts, of course, and track quota attainment. For forecasts, we can define a quota that need to be attained by our sales reps. So thresholds they need to attain, basically. Yeah. So in here you can see the structure of forecast. You can see opportunity owners, also often called the forecast users. In this case, you can see Matt Wilson's opportunities. You can see the amount which will be used for the revenue forecast. Quantities will be used for quantity-based forecast. Close date of an opportunity. So these are the fields of the opportunity that are used in the forecast. The close date will determine the forecast period that we use. Stages are important, of course, because they will map to our forecast categories. Remember, I showed you the stages on the opportunity. The moment you create a stage, you can automatically link that stage to, or you can manually, not automatically, manually set the forecast category for that stage. You have pipeline, best case, commit, closed. Most stages by default, it needs to be tuned. Most stages are linked to pipeline. It's just the closed one, which is automatically linked to closed, and the closed loss is linked to the commit. So all the others are by default linked to pipeline. So it's up to you, depending on the customer's expectations and sales process and the way in which they want to forecast. It's up to us, to you, to determine the correct forecast category. So as a definition, at the bottom of the slide, you can see forecast is an expression of the expected sales revenue or projected number, quantity-based, of units sold based on opportunities in the pipeline. So remember, you have quantity and revenue-based forecasts. Good. As I just mentioned, opportunity stages are mapped to forecast categories. They mention that properly mapping the opportunity stage, of course, ensures forecast category. The basic category is pipeline. We have something in the pipeline. Nothing much can be said whether the deal will be won. As you can see, probabilities are set as well. And for pipeline, it's a very low probability. Then we have best case. So they are close to being committed. Once we are there, you can see, for instance, proposal, price quote, negotiation, review. In this case, it's mapped to commit. As you can see, closed one is closed. That's by default set. Closed loss is omitted. So you have to properly map the stages, and this is just an example of mapping. You have to properly map them to the correct forecast category. Okay. Good. If you look at forecasts, a couple of considerations when mapping opportunity stage. Of course, I think the first one is quite logical. Opportunities in the omitted forecast category are not included. Whatever is closed lost, deal is not going on or going through, is not included in the forecast category. Probability field is actually the field itself, the probability field that we assign when we define a stage is nothing more than a gauge, as they say, for estimating the likelihood that a deal will close. It gives an idea on likelihood. It's not related to the amount, it's not reflected in the forecast, but it is used, as you can see on the next line, expected revenue. Expected revenue is a standard opportunity field which uses the probability and amount to calculate expected revenue, which can be used in the reports, dashboards, and as you can see with forecasts, it can be displayed on the forecast. Okay, so it gives us or the business an idea of accepted of expected revenue. Okay. Well, I'm not going to run through all the forecast capabilities, but as you can see, there's quite a lot possible. Display revenue of quantity based on opportunities in the pipeline, based on product families. So forecasts can be based on product family as well. You can display monthly, quarterly forecasts. I can't show because you have to set it up. You have to set up forecasting. But whenever you set up forecasting, you have to choice between monthly, quarterly forecasting periods. You can include partner-owned opportunities. You can support multiple currencies. It also supports the custom fiscal years. Remember, if we define fiscal years, you have standard fiscal years, which are based on the Gregorian calendar. But you can also set up custom fiscal years. For example, 13-week fiscal quarters and so on. Custom templates for custom fiscal years. So there's quite a lot of flexibility in setting up forecasting. And it's always in combination with what the customer expects or the customer wants. Advanced currency management. Also remember that whenever you have an org, or whenever you have to activate or implement or configure an organization for a customer, by default there are two things that I always enable. Multi-currency. Remember, by default the sales orgs are single currency. You only have the currency that you set at company profile level. So always activate multi-currency. It's something that you can find in company profile. If you navigate to step up. It's a bit of a strange setting, by the way. If you go to the company information, you have, where is it again? Allow support to activate multiple currencies. It's a bit of a tricky one. If you look at this setting, you would think it's not activated in this organization, although it is activated. If you look at this setting, it says allow support. Yeah. So basically, when you enable it, it notifies support. It's not immediately activated. It will notify. You will ask support to enable multi-currency. So it will take a bit of time before they enable it. It's basically a ticket for support, and they will enable multi-currency. It also means that you don't have to do it here. You know? I can contact support, I can log a ticket and request them through a ticket to allow I to activate multiple currency or multi-currency as well. How do I know multi-currency is activated? When I go to currency management, I can see that I have managed currencies. And if I open it, I can see that multiple currencies are available there. Okay. Remember that ACM or advanced currency management, if I go back to manage currencies, I can see that advanced currency management is enabled because I can manage dated exchange rates. If you want to manage dated exchange rates on currencies, I click the new exchange rate, for instance, I can set a start date for exchange rate. And it basically means that I can set up multiple exchange rates based on dates. So every month, every week, every year, I can adjust the exchange rate. This will impact closed in general closed opportunities. Exchange rate is locked on the date of closure. Okay, so that's advanced currency management. Yes, I have a question. I saw the question pop up. Can you automatically change? Yes, check. You can create your own code to integrate ACM, Advanced Currency Management, with Yahoo Finance, but that will cost a bit of time to create that code to feed the exchange rates into Salesforce. Another way of doing this is, of course, App Exchange. If you check the App Exchange, you will find apps such as COD, Currency on Demand, Global Currency Updated, GCU. Another one is S4Gs, Forge, one that I used a couple of times. These are apps on the App Exchange that automatically feed exchange rates. Depending on the app, they will use different sources, or you can even set a source, Yahoo Finance, for instance, to supply exchange rates to Salesforce. Okay. Good. So that's advanced currency management. Remember this. For more information, see about advanced currency management. For me, the rule is quite simple. Whenever I activate an organization, multi-currency needs to be activated nowadays. It's a bit strange that it's not activated by default, and also make sure that you set up advanced currency management. Okay. If you don't set up advanced currency management and you change the currency, the exchange rate, it will update the exchange rate for all the records that you ever created for that currency, even records which date back 10 years. So make sure that you use it for which can screw up your reporting and make sure that you have ACN enabled and that you lock exchange rates on close date, which makes sense in a business. Huh? The moment my customer signs the contract, the order, that's what exchange rate, or that's the exchange rate that will be applied if it's a foreign currency, and that's actually the amount that I will receive from the customer in my own currency. So that should be reflected in my reports as well. Opportunity roll-up. If you do an opportunity roll-up in a forecast, so forecast categories, they display the totals, the roll-ups of the amounts on the opportunities. There are in the settings that I set, the setup of forecasting takes some time. There are quite a lot of choices to be made. One of the choices is the roll-up. You have individual opportunity roll-up, which means each forecast category displays the opportunities, the amounts that are mapped to that individual category, or cumulative. You can see for open pipeline, for instance, it uses pipeline, best case in commit. For commit, it uses commit and closed. So you have the choice between individual or cumulative roll-up, opportunity roll-up. Good. Something which is not very often known. If you look at reporting and you want to do historical reporting, you can set up historical trending. I will quickly show you where it's gone. Again, I will show you where it's gone, but it's something that you have to play around with yourself later on, because of course I don't have it won't work straight away. It needs time to have historical amounts. But it's, if I'm correct, underneath feature settings, analytics, reports, and dashboards. As you can see, I can set up historical trending over here. I can enable it for objects. Yeah. For some standard objects, such as opportunity, for instance, it will automatically already do or keep historical values for, as you can see, amount, close date, forecast, category, and form. So what does it do? Whenever there's a change on one of these fields, the historical value is kept. So you can basically report on changes on these fields, for this case in opportunity, with the amount of an opportunity change over time. Yeah. It will store data, so that's one way to create historical reports based on your data changes in the database. That's one way, but it's limited. The number of fields, I think it's up to 8 fields per object. So there's a limitation in the number of fields, of course, otherwise the data that you store will become too massive. So there's a limitation in number of fields that you can enable for historical trending. And also the time, it's max 3 months. So it already gives you a flexible way to create historical reports. Okay. So remember this. Here you can see an example. We have the current amount and the historical amount. In this case, we compare today, now with yesterday. And it will automatically indicate with color codes the changes. As you can see, if the amount increased, it's green. If it's the same, it's not marked in a different color. If it's red, it's decreasing. Okay. As you can see, you can display up to 5 historical dates, and you can display data from up to the last 3 months. Okay. And again, as I mentioned, there is a limitation in the number of fields. If I remember correctly, it's 8 fields, 5 or 8 fields per object. Okay. But that's not so important, the number of fields. Not for your certification. That's something that would rather be for the advanced administrative certification. Okay? And there are lots of limitations, as you know. Every setting in Salesforce has a limitation, of course. But a very easy way to create historical trending. But might not be enough. If a customer wants to have historical data of the past year or past 6 months, this won't help because you can only go back for 3 months max. Good. Also, remember that for forecasting items, and you can see here the report type or the primary object forecasting items within a report type. Normally, if we create custom objects, and even for the standard objects, we have standard report types. No? For forecasting, we don't have, for opportunity product, for instance, opportunity splits, opportunities. So the different types of forecasts that we can create, there are no default standard, which is the same standard report types. So you always have to create report types if you want to report on a combination of, for instance, opportunity product and opportunity splits. So you have to set up report types. It's something that you might not have done yet, the creation of the report type, but just quickly, report types allow you to combine objects, primary objects, with secondary objects, to combine fields of both objects in one report, which we call a report type. The report type itself is, if you create a report, I go to the reporting tab. Reports. The moment I select new report, oops, sorry, I'm getting tired and it's morning. So the moment I create a report, this is where you would find report types. Okay. So I can select accounts, continue. What I see over here is the report type. Okay. So it's basically the blueprint that administrator creates for me and that I use to base my, in this case, account reports on. I can define which fields are part of that by default report type, and all of this is based on the report type that I have built in the administrator settings. Okay. So the fields which are selected by default, for instance. Good. Field labels can be changed and so on. So for forecast items, we always have to create custom report types. Another thing with report types, again, this is something which is in detail explained also in the advanced admin, is that you can create inner joins, outer joins. So you can see it behind here. The records of the first object have at least one related prerequisite. So with or without report types, they must have at least one record, or it's allowed that they do not have a related record outer join. Good. We already have seen, remember, historical trending. Report types is something that you will easily find back on the trailhead with examples. I mentioned with historical trending that it's limited up to 3 months back in time. If you need more, you can create reporting snapshots. Maybe some of you already work with reporting snapshots. Again, this is a topic which is part of the advanced app. It takes again a bit of time to set it up, but it's quite powerful. I often compare a snapshot basically with a scheduled report. Yeah. So what you do is you take a snapshot, or they compare it over here with a picture. You take a picture of your data in a source report at regular intervals, for instance, every week. Yeah. And the report is saved, or basically each row is saved as a record in a custom target object. So what you need to do is you need to create a custom object, yeah, and that custom object will contain the data for all your report snapshots on creation date. So for every row in your report, you will have a record in your target object. It's the creation date of that record that will define whether it belongs to a particular snapshot. For every field that you have in that custom target object, that will be a field that maps to a column in the report. For instance, here you can see opportunity name, account name, amount. I would have the same fields created in my custom object, so a field for opportunity name, a field for account name, a field for amount, and they would store the report data next step is, based on these custom objects, I can start building reports based on creation. Creation data is very important to identify all the records, all the data that belongs to a particular snapshot. So very powerful. I will quickly show you, if I'm correctly called part of the analytics feature settings. No, I am correct. So underneath feature settings, if you go to analytics and you select reports and dashboards, you can see report snapshots, report types as well, by the way, report snapshots over here. So I can click new report snapshot, and as you can see, I can give it a name, a running user. As I said, I compare it often with the report, so it's a run using a running user, which is responsible for the data content. Yeah? You can select a source report, a target object. So here it lists custom objects. So you would define a custom object that stores the data for a particular report. Okay, and of course you need to edit field mappings. What are these field mappings? Basically, they are the mappings between the columns of the report and the fields in the object. Okay. If you do this and you set up a schedule, you're ready to start working with report snapshots or with the reports based on the snapshots. Okay. And remember, important for these reports is the creation date, because they link records to a particular snapshot. Okay. Here you can see the report types, what we saw in the previous slide. If I start building a report type, new custom report type, you can select a primary object, for instance, let's say counts, label, whatever, report type name, whatever. Yeah, I can click next. Oops, I need to have a description and I need to store it in the category. Next. Well, here you can see my primary object is accounts, and here I can start selecting secondary objects. For example, accounts, secondary object is contacts, and how often we will do the second selection here. You see that the auto join, you see the change in the diagram. So either you report on data which is part of the inner join, the section, or everything, with or without. I want to see accounts with or without contacts. See? So next step, if I save this, then I can start modifying the content of such a report type. That's what you do here. Here you can set fields and so on. You can click the layout and you can start modifying the field contents, properties of fields in the report, labels can be changed. Okay. So report types, if you haven't worked with them, dig into them. They are important. And the last thing that I'm going to say about it, with report types, by default, you have report types, the standard report types. First of all, if I go to report types again, notice that we can't see any standard report types. Standard report types cannot be modified. They are embedded. Yeah? There's more to tell about it. They are automatically generated. If you have custom objects, for instance, you can decide whether you want to generate automatic standard report types. And whenever you create a relationship with another object, it automatically generates standard report types. Yeah? For example, I create positions, I create job applications. If I enable standard report types, it will automatically create a standard report type for positions with job applications. But that's the limitation. Standard report types only use the inner join. The moment I want to report on with or without, I need to have a custom one. So that with or without report type is always custom. That's the main reason why I have to create report types. Okay. So remember this. Good. Every slide there's a lot to tell about every slide. Again, these CRT trainings, they are typically very high level, so it's up to you, of course, later on to dig into it. But I hope with this explanation, the snapshot is clear as well. It's nothing more than a picture that we take from a report that we store in a custom object and we report on that custom object. And we just saw that we can build custom report types as well. Yeah. Forecast capabilities. What else needs there to be said? Yeah, remember that you have a couple of forecast types. Actually, you have four forecast types. Forecasts can be when you define a forecast in the settings. You can define forecasts based on opportunities, on amounts. In opportunities, on amounts and quantity. Remember, we have a revenue based or quantity based. I want to see how much products I'm going to sell or for which amount I'm going to sell, based on opportunities. It can also be based on product families. Instead of looking at my opportunities, I'm looking at the turnover of my product families. Yeah. You can also have, as you can see, so revenue based. You can also have overlay based forecasts. Basically, your split label, if it's overlay, it means that if I have contributors to an opportunity with a revenue-based opportunity, imagine that a sales rep is supported by a pre-sales engineer and a sales operations engineer. With a revenue split, I can, for instance, give 20% of my revenue to my sales engineer, 20% of my revenue to my sales operation. So that's, in other words, I credit them for their contribution in winning the deal, and 60% will be rewarded to me. So they always total to 100%. So I basically split my revenue, okay, to accredit people that contributed to the deal. With the overlay split, it gives me the possibility, as you can see, it does not total to 100%. It gives me the possibility to accredit anyone in the organization who might, maybe not directly, but indirectly have contributed to winning of the deal. Maybe someone that provided me the lead referral, I think is 20% of my opportunity. So I can basically spread the amount to different contributors, and the total doesn't have to add up to the total amount of the opportunity. I just try to give everybody credit for their contribution to that opportunity. Okay. For every currency field, so by default, forecasts will use the amount field on the opportunity. And again, you have the split and the overlay. But you can also have any, in this case, they use margin. You can also use any custom currency, must be a currency field, to do splits. Yeah. But in this case, as I said, it's a split, it's never an overlay. Must always total to 100% of the amount that is part of that, or that is stored in that field. In this case, it's a margin field. Okay. Good. That's forecasting. Yeah. But also, we have seen reporting, history reporting, snapshot reporting, advanced currency management. Remember different forecast types, opportunity, product family, different ways to contribute or accredit people that supported the closing of the deal with splits, opportunity splits, opportunity overlays. We also have seen the different forecast categories, pipeline, best case, commit, close, which were based on opportunity stages that we map to the forecast categories. So brings us to lesson 5, sales productivity. As previously, it's now 20 past over here, which means, let's again, before we continue with the next block, so we have 2 more blocks to cover, smaller blocks. But again, I will take quick 5 minutes break. I'm gonna grab myself coffee, yeah, and we'll continue in 5 minutes. are used to the wait. In Denver, all the way in Denver. Imagine it's getting very late for you. Actually, don't know what time it is over there. You are now, okay. You can imagine. Well, 12:28, okay. Well, next 1 o'clock. Chaitanya. Next week, I'm delivering a training in Australia. Normally, in normal situations when there's no corona or COVID, I travel a lot, but everything is done at home nowadays. So I have to work at night even. I have to get up 12 o'clock, midnight, work till 7 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock. Nowhere ever, I'm in Spain. I'm originally Belgian. I live in Belgium as well, but I have a second house in the south of Spain. So I'm currently in my house in Spain. So not so far from Seville. Indeed, you visited. It's like a 1 hour and a half drive from where I live. I live in Marbella, which is quite known. I can see the Moroccan coast when I'm on my balcony. I live close to the sea. I can see basically I can see the African coast in the distance. If it's clear weather, but most of the time it's clear weather over here since we don't have a lot of rain. But similar to Bangalore, not similar. I think Bangalore has more rain than Spain, which rhymes. Well, I can see it's almost 8:30 over here, which means that we have roughly half an hour left, which should be sufficient for what we have left to do. The remaining modules are relatively small, so this is sales productivity. I'll quickly run through the objectives. So sales productivity, given a scenario, determine key features that help to enable and measure sales productivity and adoption. So in other words, how can we boost sales productivity, use cases, considerations for using email and productivity tools? Well, it's always a good case. It's always good idea to integrate, if integration is available, your email with your CRM data. Given a scenario, identify appropriate mobile solution to improve sales productivity. Well, maybe the Salesforce app. Salesforce app is of course, very popular with, for instance, salespeople, sales reps which are on the road. So they can manage their accounts while they are on the road. Often with quick actions. We often build quick actions for them, so they don't have to navigate too much. But whatever they can do with a quick action, they can do with a quick action. You have the sales console and so on. So there are lots of tools to make sure that sales productivity, or that we can optimize basically working with Salesforce for our sales reps. Chatter, I'm a big fan of Chatter. Often people ask, well, 10 years ago, if I would ask to my classroom who is using Chatter in Salesforce, 1 out of 10 might have said, yes, we do. Nowadays, luckily, 60, sometimes even 70% of the people use, which translates organizations in my classroom, use Chatter. Good reason for this. It's integrated with your CRM data. Whatever other communication tool that you use, it's normally not integrated with your CRM data. If it's integrated with CRM data, it means that we can directly chatter on records, for instance, on important opportunities. We can communicate with our back office team when we're on the road at the level of the record itself, with the feed tracking, we can chatter on a record. So there are lots of utilities that help us improve sales. So here you can see sales team needs to collaborate and share information to sell more efficiently. Remember that we have, of course, the Outlook integration very often used. It's cloud-based. Yeah, it shows custom Lightning components can be used in Lightning app to add components to your interface. It's compatible with Lightning, but also with the classic interface. We also have a Lightning sync, which allows us to sync contacts and events between Exchange and Salesforce. As you can see on the left side, other functionality. We can create Salesforce records, leads, opportunities, accounts, everything that relates to sales, but also custom objects based on Outlook. Maybe best that we look at. We can search for Salesforce records. We can relate email messages to contacts, Salesforce contacts. Here you can see that integration. Well, on the left side you have your mailbox. On the right side you have the panel that allows us to interact with Salesforce. So we can search Salesforce. We can relate an email message to a contact, for instance. We can add contacts directly from mails that we receive directly to accounts based on the email address. It can identify the account the contact belongs to, or the mail contact belongs to. We can add it to the account. So it's a tight integration. And on top with the Lightning sync, we can also sync events. And you have a similar functionality basically for email, and Google Calendar, also with Lightning sync for Google. Again, to sync contacts and events. And again, we can create records from emails, unknown email recognition. So it tries to identify the account to which an email belongs. So quite powerful integrations. Here you can see that Gmail integration is very similar. You have that panel on the right again to add contacts to Salesforce, relate email messages. So powerful and easy to set up integrations as well. So of course, boosts our sales because we integrate the 360-degree view of our customers, contacts based on our email inbox increases. Lightning Sales Console. That console is very often used for support as well. Have multiple cases for one account open at the same time, but also for sales. The sales console is more and more used. Here you can see the layout of that console. A nice thing about that console is that you have navigation, and you can see on top. I can navigate. I can use that navigation tab to navigate objects. I can define when I set up consoles. I can define primary tabs. In this case, most cases, it's for sales, it's the account, the ABC Labs, and I can set sub-tabs. For instance, the contacts, the opportunities on ABC Labs. I can have multiple contacts open at the same time, multiple opportunities for ABC Labs at the same time. So I can condense all information of ABC Labs to one screen. On the right side, you can see the related list. In the middle, you can see the detail. You can also see the path. We haven't discussed path yet, but I'm quite sure that everybody knows paths in Salesforce. Opportunities, stages are listed in the path on top of the opportunity. You can set your own paths. Remember, in your user interface settings, there is you will find path settings, so you can define which business process you will use, for instance, to display the stages on the path, which will be different for B2C and for B2B. So again, your path can be customized as well. You have the highlights panel on the left side. Highlights panel is also a component in your Lightning app builder that allows you to display key fields. Consoles typically also have a utility bar where you can find history, but also notes. Also, markables can be added. Markables, as you know, markables, so recorded tasks. that can be added to the utility bar. So it's really one console that combines a lot of information, a lot of utilities in one screen, one blink of an eye, and facilitates navigating through multiple accounts and multiple child records per account by using these subtabs. Okay. So in this case, we have opened an opportunity on ABC Labs. Okay. So Lightning Sales Console. Of course, we have the app for Android and for Apple, iOS. For the mobile customizations, I always tell people there are lots of advantages to Salesforce, but one of the advantages definitely is I already mentioned, I think, the single point of user of access for the user. When whatever access the user uses, whether it's a smartphone, tablet, desktop, browser based, the end user always accesses the same data. It's always same data regardless of the interface, so the user can do whatever he wants in any interface. Sales reps on the road can do the same tasks than sales reps which are working on their desktop at home or at the office. Similar for me as an admin, I also have a single point of customization. When I create a page layout, for instance, or a record type, or a field, or a validation rule, it will impact all three interfaces: Classic, Lightning, and my mobile interface. So it's more or less a single point of configuration. Whatever I do in Object Manager or my setup will reflect the different interfaces. Apart from a couple of things, as you can see on the left side over here, you can change I will quickly show you what they refer to over here. If you go to apps, you have mobile apps over here, the Salesforce app, you can see a couple of things can be set. You can set branding easily, color, loading page color. You can change the logo very easily by loading a page logo. Navigation, order of the menu in your app. You can switch on notifications, push notifications, app notifications. Use of the Salesforce Online. It allows users to work on their cache when they are not connected. As you can see, enable caching. You always have caching, but if you enable caching explicitly, cache will be a bit bigger and allows users to work offline when they can reconnect. The records of the data is updated. So there are some specific settings for the mobile. As we have just seen, change the order of items listed in the navigation menu, customize compact layouts. Compact layouts in the app are the fields that are basically shown on top of the record. It's a good thing to think about which fields you are going to display there. Discuss it also with, for instance, your sales reps, because it avoids they need to scroll. In this case, they probably want to know which account, which opportunity owner, and what's the amount of the opportunity and the close date. So key information is defined in the compact layout. Compact layout is defined in the object, within the Object Manager, where you can set which fields are part of the compact layout, can be assigned to the profile. Okay. As we just saw, you can change brand color. You can also change brand loading page, custom logo. So quite a lot of things are possible. You can also see these actions: logo call, new task, new event. These quick actions are also, they don't really mention it over here. Customize the actions with what publisher they do mention it. They are very popular with sales reps on the road. Sales reps typically don't like typing a lot. So whatever you can build as a quick action, creation of, for instance, closed one, typical one, switching opportunity to closed one, adjusting the close date with functions and formulas and so on, is a typical example of where you would use quick actions for sales reps. So discuss, have a look at what kind of tasks you can build in quick actions. Everything to avoid them scrolling around in the interface. They want to have it quick and not too dirty. So quick actions are often used in combination with mobile. Other ways to collaborate, we have chatter topics, not very often used. I must say I don't use them myself a lot, but they allow you to organize records and chatter posts. To later on filter on them. As you can see later on, it's like tagging of your chatter posts, tagging of records, and it allows you to bundle posts and records together. More often used, of course, are chatter groups. Remember, public-private groups can be set up. Private groups, you can even invite customers, externals into private groups. Also remember that we have unlisted groups. And remember, you have the public group, and anyone can join a public group. Then you have the private group. You have to be allowed, either invited or you request to join. But then you also have that unlisted group. An unlisted group is what it says it is. It's not listed. You can't request to join. You can only join by invitation. These are hidden groups. You can't find them. So chatter groups, remember, you can invite customers to private groups to work with external users. You have these two types of licenses. I don't know whether everybody knows them, but they are very important. If you go to the company profile, company settings, company information, you have user licenses over here. As you can see, I've got 5,000 chatter free licenses, 500 chatter external licenses. These chatter free licenses are for my co-workers. If I want to promote chatter as a communication tool within the organization, and I have to compete with competitors, well, it would be very costly to have Salesforce licenses for everyone who needs to access chatter. So these are free licenses. They allow users which do not have a Salesforce license to join chatter public. These are co-workers. They have full access to chatter. They have access to the chatter app, but we don't have to pay for these licenses. So this is a way to promote chatter as a communication tool in the organization. Chatter external is only for externals. So it's to invite, for instance, partners. Whenever I do a project with other partners for a customer, often one of us sets up the chatter group in which he invites all the partners that collaborate for that particular project, and we communicate within that external group. So we are all invited in that external or in that group, private group, using external licenses, and we exchange information within that one organization that has set up that private group for that particular project, for instance. It's very, very useful, but can also be used to invite customers, report big customers into a private chat group. So remember that these licenses are available. Another thing, before we go to the slide, they also discuss feed tracking. And remember that you have feed tracking. It allows chatter on a record, and it even allows you can enable feed tracking. It even allows automatic messaging. So you can on fields that change values. For instance, if in this case it's an account, but let's have a look. Opportunity. It's more clear, I think, if an amount of an opportunity changes and I'm following that opportunity in chatter, I will see an automatic chatter post. I recently used it for a company in Germany. They deliver furniture worldwide, a very, very well-known design company, and one of their problems is changing of delivery dates. So one of the ways to modify their logistics once they follow opportunities which are closed on, which became orders, and whenever the delivery date changes, they can find an automatic chatter post. It's not the only way they are notified, but it's one of the ways in which they can see, okay, I must make sure that I don't deliver next week, but the date changed to the week after, for instance. So it allows me to follow up on field changes on certain fields of certain objects that I've enabled for feed tracking. So that's chatter feeds. So allows us to post comments, files, links, polls, collaborate with other users. This is the regular chatter feed, not the feed tracking. App mention people, and here they mention a feed tracking for objects allows collaboration on records, often used on opportunities, also on cases. So if you have a case, maybe another support agent already had the same case last week, and you can immediately tell me what the solution is. So collaboration on cases is very important as well. Good, it's how much time do we have left? Normally 10 minutes, but I think we'll roughly manage. We're almost there. I can almost go to that again. Integration and data management. Quickly, short module. Explain use cases and considerations for data migration in Sales Cloud. Well, often for migrating our data from a legacy software into Salesforce. Given a scenario, analyze implications and design considerations of large data and transaction volumes. Working with data is always tricky. If I mess up a customer's data, I have a huge issue, of course. Explain use cases and considerations for integrations common to Sales Cloud implementations. Quick look at the ways that we can integrate. So let's have a look at question from John Wiseman first. As we roll out Sales Cloud, we'll first migrate data from a legacy system we just mentioned, and then integrate our on-premise systems with Salesforce. So data migration plus integration. So here you can see the steps for the process for data migration, choosing of the data in the legacy system, decide which data needs to be imported. I'm currently involved in a similar project, and the first step is a data migration project. First step is always, do I need all the data? So make sure that you only migrate the data that you need. And need also means how clean is the data? Investigate how clean it is. Are there lots of duplicates? What are the dependencies? Dependencies in tables, database tables, often define the order in which they can be exported and imported. And so make sure that you have a good view on or understanding of the data that you need to export. You export it, next step. How to export it. We have native tools for that legacy system. What is the format in which they are exported? Is that format directly supported for import at Salesforce site? As I already told you, clean up data and make sure that you eliminate duplicates, errors. Also think of conventions. There are certain data conventions used. They can be translated into validation rules. Within Salesforce. Of course, if you need to import data in Salesforce, you need to have the objects. You need to have the fields as well. And as I just mentioned, often validation rules to check on data formats, but also conventions in naming and so on. Importing tool. If you import, again, you have to have the objects, you have the field, the validation rules. But also think of automation. What are you going to do with automation? It might not be such a good idea if you import 50,000 records to launch a multitude of workflow rules and processes and flows on all the records that you import. So very important step. Once you've chosen the import tool, not full, import tool is most of the time needed. So once you have chosen that tool, often data loader in my case, I prepare the file to do a test import, small batch in a sandbox environment, controlled import, and once I'm sure that everything works well, I can start importing in production environment. Of course, if it's an empty production environment, impact will be less. If it's an existing production environment, I have to do this very carefully. Always map, that's here, in preparation of the import file, match field names to field names in objects, on objects. And again, definitely test. Yeah. Important note, as I mentioned, also for the import, master or parent record, due to the relationship, the foreign keys needs to be imported first before importing the detail of child record. So, for instance, first your accounts, followed by your contacts. The other way around doesn't go, because the child is the contact, expects the account to be there already to create a relationship. Good. Here you can see the tools. I'm not going to run through the capabilities, but I already mentioned data import wizard. It's limited. For me, one big issue with the data import wizard, as I mentioned, is I'm in Europe. Yeah. Separator issue. It's something that's still a bit of a pity that Salesforce hasn't introduced the possibility to change the separator data in. Although it's already mentioned a lot of times, but they still not introduced the possibility of changing the separator. Something that we can do with data loader. With the release, the 2017 new update on data loader, they gave the possibility to change the separator. And of course, data loader is also much more flexible. Up to 5 million records, any record. Data import wizard is limited, as you can see, accounts, contacts, leads, solution, and custom objects. What about my cases? What about my opportunities? What about my products? But all the other data. So again, I stick to data loader. I'm rather a data loader user. We also have data loader cloud-based in IO, but it gives me full data management capabilities. And of course, you always have the build API, which gives you direct access to the API, in other words, but you you need programmatic access. But up to 15 million records in a 24-hour period. And of course, there are a variety of third-party tools. And always check the capabilities, and always check data limits, always check the boundaries of these tools. Best practices, again, clean, organize, look on the app exchange. Again, for me, through the years, data loader is the one that sticks. Remember that Bulk API can be used for huge amounts of data. It's direct access to the API, shortest path. And always think of validation rules, workflow rules. Do you want them or don't you want them? It's not always easy to switch them on. Also for the workflow, well, if the record is introduced in a process, and based on that process, mandatory stuff needs to happen, you can't just switch on the workflow. And often workflows, but also processes, of course, are tied together. If I switch one off, it will impact another one. So it's not something that we can do without consulting with the client what the impact of switching off validation rules and workflow rules. Validation rules I would switch off if I have a very messy source data. Of course, our business always prevails, even though my data might not be 100% clean. I still need it in my CRM. My people need to do their job. Or customers, people, employees need to do their job. They need to earn money, sell stuff, access to opportunities. So yeah, data might not be 100% clean, but I still want to have input. These are scenarios where you might say, okay, for this one, validation rules can be switched on. Later on, switched on again, and when they modify a record, they have to adjust the data. Because of course, if they save again, validation rules are active, and they will need to supply the correct data in the correct format. Switching on is only helping us during the import. Data, large data volumes, always think of trying to do it during the weekend. defer sharing calculations until after the load is complete. As you know, sharing rules, for instance, they do impact your orders. They have to be calculated, access needs to be calculated. It's an option for large uploads that you switch off your sharing rules as well. Remember that data secure, it's a rule in Salesforce. One, as I mentioned, it's at night, 1 to 10,000 rule, parent to child records. Once you reach that level, one owner to 10,000 records of a particular type can impact your performance. On reporting, dashboard refreshes, searches, list views, whenever we have to run through the data. I think this is almost the last slide. I did check, by the way, for that voucher code. I don't have it, so it will definitely be mailed to you. They always mail it, by the way. Even if they give it to me and I can show it, they will in addition mail. So they should mail it to you. I assume today, during the day. If not, reach out to Salesforce. Options from integrating with Force.com. You have the APIs, already mentioned. Metadata, bulk data API, there are additional APIs that allow us to create interface to integrate Salesforce with external systems. Standard technologies use Java, .NET, etc. And in general, it's a manipulation of data and metadata. It's bulk data, metadata API. For coding, for the business logic, the back end, we have Apex, Visual Force, front end, Force.com, HTML-like language. Of course, for Lightning, we also have Lightning components that can be built. Lightning component language. Then you have specialized integrations, Lightning for Outlook, toolkit for Facebook, for instance, OpenCTI to integrate telephone systems, computer call, telephone integration, call center integration, so to integrate call centers or telephone setups. Additional mechanisms, very specific ones, outbound messaging, for instance, something that is used with workflows. You can send outbound messages through the API towards an external system, email services, email integrations, Salesforce to Salesforce integrations, authentication integrations, LDAP integrations, so integrations towards a specific functionality. Okay. Good. Exam information, 60 questions as usual, 90 minutes, plus 15 minutes if your native language is not English. For normally it's 105. For native English, it's normally 90 minutes. 62% is the passing score available in English language. And I hope, because this is the last slide, of course you can register on Web Assessor. Now with COVID, remember that normally you go on site in most cases for an exam. You can also do exams online. Often online is difficult because there are quite a lot of requirements in terms of cameras that must be in the room where you do the exam and so on. So most of the time online is not really possible when you do the exam yourself, unless your organization sets up a room to do the exam. Now with COVID, they have they've made the regulations, the requirements for online a bit easier. It means that your built-in camera is sufficient to do the exam online. So run through these requirements. If you consider doing it online, it can be done basically on your own laptop, but you'll find information on this in your Trailblazer community. Good. I hope it was a useful spending of your time. Been well busy for quite some time now. 4 hours. Started 4:30 here, so 4 hours and a half. I think it's time to have a big break. So I hope you're successful with your exam. And again, I hope it was a useful session. Of course, we couldn't go in depth for the different topics. It touches the different topics. It's up to you to dig into forecasts and products and price books and all the other things that we have seen. Remember that your platform background, essentials, Cert is very important as well. It's basically this training, or normally this is a 3-day, you have the ADM 251 training as well, it builds further on the ADX 201 training. So that ADX 201 knowledge is also important. I know that I used it definitely for the Sales Cloud. It's different with the other consultant trainings, but for Sales Cloud consultant, it's a combination of ADX or essentials and specific topics within sales. So good luck. May the force be with you, and maybe we meet each other later on again, either in a training, virtual training, or live training, or in another webinar. Okay. So I wish you a good day, night, evening, depending on where you are, and hope to see you again someday. Okay. Well, I'm gonna switch off. Bye-bye.
בטוח, בטוח זה. כן, כן. לא, לא, לא. פה זה לא עבד, לא עבד, נכון? בואו, גם אני לא, גם אני לא. גם אני תקונתי, וגם אני תקונתי. לא, אני לא, עכשיו ברגע אחד ברצינות, בסדר? אני חושב אחד אחרים האלה. יש לו אותי לא לשפוט, אף אחד, לאן שאני נמצא בנעליי. בסדר? עם זאת, בסופו של דבר, זה לא בדיוק נזכר. בסדר? אוקיי, לא הוספנו את זה. ולפי גם אמור לעבוד. בסדר? אני עכשיו צריך לבדוק מה זה הדבר הזה ולמה עושים את זה. תשמע, אתה מצליח להבין מה עושים, מה אומרת פה את השביעה הזאת? מה אומרת? אוקיי. תעזור לי כן, ברור. כן. שאלה ממש. אני לא נכון? אולי נעשה אתה ולפנות אליו. טוב, אז בקיצור, אדוני צריך לעבור את כל הרקורד טייפס ולהוסיף את החוקות. הנה, תראה. לא. טוב. תחזור לסוף נדבר אותם. טוב. סבבה. תודה רבה. הנה, מה שאומר, אני יכול לעלות מולך למשהו ממש תקופתי להראות לך. אני יכול שהיה לכם איזשהו משהו עם איבנט מוניטורינג. שהיה לכם איזה מסך שנתקע ורץ והשתולל.